commonly we tell as APEC News Network. This is a great day for all of us to see presence of digital transformation leaders from the public sector undertakings of the country, as well as industry leaders and experts all coming together to brainstorm on various aspects of PSUs, especially focusing on technology and innovation. But before I give an introduction, let me first invite our eminent speakers for the inaugural session. Let me first invite on stage Sri Sanjay Kumar Das, Joint Secretary, Department of Information Technology and Electronics and State Information Security Officer, Government of West Bengal, to come on stage, please. A big round of applause for him. Let me invite Mr. Manish Grover, Executive Director, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. Welcome you, sir. I also invite Dr. B. Chandrasekhar, Executive Director from HCIL. We welcome you, sir. A huge round of applause for him. It's a public sector undertaking under the aegis of Ministry of Education. As the Indian tradition goes, anything good has to happen with the lamp lighting ceremony. So I request all the esteemed speakers of the inaugural session of the second PSU Take Conclave to officially inaugurate the conference by lighting of the lamp. I also request Gopi Krishna Arora, co-founder of APSC News Network, to come on stage and help us all to ignite the light of knowledge and passion for the public sector undertaking. Sir, if you can join us for the lamp lighting, please.
Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धि विनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Can we have a huge round of applause for the official inauguration of second PSU Take Conclave, done by Sri Sanjay Kumar Das, Mr. Manish Grover, and Dr. B. Chandrasekhar. You must be wondering why this event has been envisaged. We know that the public sector undertakings are playing a key role in India's economic growth. If you take the recent data, if I'm not wrong, if last year's data, the survey done by Government of India, it was told that almost 250,000 crore was the total revenue of the profit-making public sector undertakings in India. And if you imagine, if that's the budget or the revenue of the profit-making public sectors in the country, the amount of budget has been allocated for the IT and innovation. That's a huge thing. But the problem has been for the Indian PSUs that whether they're adopting to technology and innovation in that large scale or not, whether the digital first policy undertaken by PSUs actually can be seen at the ground level as well. We know the pandemic has triggered the adoption of technology innovation for the public sector undertaking. So what we will be discussing throughout the day is how the PSUs are achieving their digital transformation journey, what are the challenges, what are the opportunities, how PSUs are embracing emerging technologies, how PSUs are talking about the cyber security, because when we talk about technology, we are talking about data, how the cyber world can be also secured in that way. So all those things will be discussed today. And today we have eminent leaders from the public sector ecosystem of the country here with us. That can be oil and natural gas, that can be petroleum, that can be manufacturing, that can be core sector PSUs, that can be education PSUs, that can be healthcare PSUs. All of them has gathered together here to discuss and deliberate upon various aspects of PSU's digital transformation journey. What is the present? What is the future? What are the challenges and what are the opportunities? So this is the perspective which we're trying to see coming out of this event. And before we start the inaugural address by the eminent speakers, I request if we can have the APSC video on screen so that people can also understand what we as APSC News Network is trying to do for last 3 years.
भी पैदा
That has been the journey of APAC News Network. If you take the full form of APAC, it actually talks about aggregating positivity for aspiring change. That's what APAC stands for. And why we have coined the name like that, because we believe in the power of technology and innovation to be the game changer for various sectors, be it governance, education, healthcare, BFSI sector, everything. And we're trying to bring communities together from India and abroad, from various sectors, so that that kind of knowledge sharing can happen, and which can also lead us to a future path where we should lead. So again, this event is not the end, that's the beginning, because whatever deliberations will be made in today's event will be documented, sir, and will be circulated among all stakeholders, so that some action can be taken on ground based on the discussion on the PSU Tech Conclave. So without taking much time, let me invite Sri Sanjay Kumar Das, Joint Secretary, Department of Information Technology and Electronics, and the State Information Security Officer, Government of West Bengal, to give his key speaker address. His topic is Cyber Security in Indian PSU, a case in point. A huge round of applause for him, please. Can we have the presentation and the clicker?
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I don't hear back anything. Good morning. Thank you so much. I hope, little bit energy must seep inside. I would have requested Mr. Goswami to start with a cup of coffee so that everybody is up and running. I was asked by Mr. Goswami to speak here before you, though I do not belong to any public sector unit per se. But in the state of West Bengal, one of the most renowned public sector units, WEBL, West Bengal Electronics Industry Development Corporation Limited, is a company, and it is under the Department of Information Technology and Electronics. And I belong to that department for the last 7 years. So I have had the opportunity of working very closely with WEBL and with a brief stint as managing director of that organization for a period, very small period too. But I would not delve into what it is about public sector units, because there are industry leaders who have been known across the industry to run public sector units par excellence. I would like to talk to you about an activity which I deal with 24/7 because of my present allocation of duty. I am the State Information Security Officer, and besides, I'm also the Director of State SART, the West Bengal Computer Emergency Response Team, and I also head a Cybersecurity Center of Excellence for the last 6 years in the state of West Bengal. So for that, we have been actually working very closely with those PSUs who are known as critical information infrastructure. Because here with us, from IOC, so IOC is for us a critical information infrastructure. Here we have from HCIL. HCIL to us is also a very critical information infrastructure. So on both sides of mine on the dais, I have critical information infrastructure. And to manage critical information infrastructure, the very basic necessity is known as CCMP, Cyber Crisis Management Plan. So I would like to talk about something on those lines, so that you would be thinking about this CCMP while you go back and start working upon them. Before I delve into the presentation, I would like to request you to remember a beautiful film which came a little bit back. I hope it was of Mr. Bean in London or something. That was the film. What was the film? Mr. Bean Goes to London, or yes, something like that. There it was shown that Heathrow Airport came under cyber attack. And the entire operation actually got disrupted. And Mr. Bean was trying to find out the SOPs in written form. So what are the actions to be taken? And Mr. Bean also found out that nobody had ever undertaken a drill on that. When he found out that there was an SOP, but that SOP was on digital form. But when we wanted to actually execute that SOP, collecting bits and pieces from many persons, he could not do so because no one had undertaken a drill for that. I know very well because my life started as a Central Intelligence Officer in Government of India from the Ministry of Home Affairs under that. So I was there in Tinsukia in Assam, Upper Assam, and Tinsukia and around those districts are known for, great this royal oil refineries of IOC. So I was also in charge of those installations at the very start of my career when I was there. So I used to regularly liaise with them. And there I found out that they undertake regular drills, how to deal with fire, how to deal with a lot of things. So in my presentation, I will come back to SARS organization at some point, and I will talk to you about that too. So with that notion, when I was seeing that film 2-3 years back, I understood the necessity of cyber crisis management plan. And all of us here right now today must go back and start thinking, preparing and executing on a cyber crisis management plan. With that caution to wind, I would like to start my presentation. India saw the highest number of cyber attacks on government agencies in 2022. I'll be actually writing down from where the source is. So Mint Digital Edition on 30th December last year, 2022, they came up with this headline. It is right now there also, you can just sir, you need not click because all my things are IPR free. So they will be shared across anybody and everybody. So whatever I am going to show you, you will be getting a copy from Mr. Goswami in no time. So this is my, this thing. So you need not just listen to me. So what is the number of attacks that we are talking about? 13.91 cybersecurity incidents. And what are the number of attacks on PSUs? 40% of that, 37.8% of that, 13.9 lakh cyber incidents reported. My dear friends, they are reported intrusions, not a thing of the, unreported, not reported. There are lakhs and millions of unreported and not reported cyber security incidents. So Government of India reported in the Parliament on 10th February 23 by their Honorable Minister of State, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekharan. He told and he presented this information before the Parliament that it is 13.91 lakh. So India is on the threshold of witnessing relentless ransomware attack. It started with 2016 when we first had this, WannaCry. Do you remember WannaCry? WannaCry actually created devastation in most of the, power utility services and mostly public sector units. So then came, Petaya, not Petaya, and all those. And right now we are at the threshold of witnessing ransomware attack from Royal. It is remote desktop management ransomware. So they will try to capture your endpoint remotely and then spread the ransomware laterally. That is the mode of modus operandi, but it is very critical in nature, and I would not like to talk to you on that and bore you rather. So CERT actually on its in its 4th May advisory alerted all of us, and mostly government organizations who have more than one units spread across geographically. They are not connected physically. They are dispolated, disjointed, and connected virtually. They are going to be attacked more or less by this type of ransomware. So the recent breaches, if we look unto Canara Bank in 2018, 2019 SBI Quick Messaging Service, and FireEye reported healthcare spilling of 68 lakh patients just before COVID actually occurred in the world in 2019. 2021 saw, millions of, I did not mention the number, that is millions of, COVID-19 results, along with their personally identifiable information like the Aadhaar card number, mobile number, the this sex of the person, and the address. All these things were just spilled at various points because everybody was actually creating solutions on the fly. Mr. Goswami was telling digital transformation and our embracing that. In COVID-19, we fought with it because we embraced digital transformation, and lots of solutions helped us fighting with COVID. But along with that came huge amount of data spilling. So in 2021, CETA reported for the last 10 years, they had actually allowed compromise of 4.5 million, 45 lakh Air India passengers, entire personally identifiable information from 2011 to 2021. 2018 saw 210 public-facing websites of different PSUs and governments speeding PIIs like Aadhaar data, voter identity card data and all, and selling across different messaging services, WhatsApp, Twitter and all, for 500 rupees a piece. 23rd November 2022 witnessed the ransomware attack on AIMS, everybody knows. It took 72 hours to identify the incident of compromise and then reporting about it. So the compliance was 6 hours by CERT. AIMS took 72 hours. Also in November 2022, Central Depository Services Limited, CDSL, detected a malware attack, and to end it all, the IOL systems in Assam, I will not go deep into it. They also, on 13th of April, very soon, very recent, they actually reported a cyber incident. So what is so great about this Tata Power, cyber attack? New York Times says that China appears to warn India, push too hard and lights would go out. So post Galwan, such type of things happened. We know everywhere, about it, every one of us. So on the right hand side of yours, there's a map where I have just placed some areas which are critical information infrastructure. That means the power generating units. And you all know that electricity is the blood of information technology. You stop electricity, there is no information technology. So we talk about information technology enabled services. We very little talk about the ensuring, this security of electricity and the power utility in order to have us using those endpoints. So we know these are the main 6, causes of this action, whatever is happening across. And we also know the cyber crimes situation in the entire country. Just imagine how the number of cyber crimes are increasing over 2018, 2019, and 2020. If we see in most of the corporates, the greatest, intrusion or compromise starts with email compromise. They are the sources of phishing, spear phishing, and leading to compromise. Be it IOLs, be it passport seva, everywhere it starts with phishing and spear phishing in email. Mr. Rustam Malik, the senior principal analyst of Gartner, says the increase in adoption of digitization, cloud applications, and the rise in remote workers exposes Indian organizations to greater securities. Mr. Goswami, I hope you were talking about this only. So what Gartner is forecasting in its report in February 2023, they say end user spending on security and risk management in India is forecast to total 2.65 billion in 2023. Are we ready? Are we ready to adopt that? An increase of 8.3% from 2022 on year-on-year basis. So what are the pain points for security in public sector units? High value data. Because hardly we actually exercise explicit consent. When we create a form that is called common application form. Do you know common application form? If you want to buy a share, you need to fill up a common application form. If you want to buy mutual fund, you need to fill this CAF, common application form. If you want to open a bank account, you have to do that. You do anything and they will come up with 4-page common application form and a single-page abstract. And there only you would be asked to give me the Aadhaar, give me the voter ID card, give me the bank details, give me this. I will fill it up, you sign here. Just imagine what happens. There is a form of 4 pages, abstracting it to 1 page. So the 4-page contains so much of data which are not required by that organization because the abstract is 1 page. Then only they are asking from you to help you, give us this personally identifiable information like your voter card, driving license, Aadhaar card copy, bank, details, and we will fill it up for you. You just sign here. My dear friends, whenever we are going to actually fill up this common application form, we have the explicit right to ask that organization, what are you going to do with those data which you do not require? There are so many additional data that they collect and they don't care about because they are so high value data. And those data are residing with these public sector units, public facing units, whether it is government or private. And for that matter, when we talk about public sector, we often think they are government driven, and or from the point of view of this thing, declaring it or defining it, we say it is government driven. Why? If Facebook stops activities today, or this this WhatsApp stops its activity in India, lots of businesses, lots of organizations will stop, because they are so heavily dependent upon it. Don't you think that they have become also a sort of public sector unit? Because people have started depending upon it. And the large attack surface, consider the case of IOC. Huge number of installations across the country and beyond. Such a large attack surface. Anywhere from any side, it can be attacked. Decentralized IT environment. Everyone is, transforming in silo. Hardly there is a common platform on which all applications are built. Just imagine the case of NIC-driven SWAS, software as a service. My dear friends, all the government organizations do not develop microservices upon that, even when NIC has a common platform. Limited cybersecurity policies, be it at the national level or at the government level. Regulatory compliance challenges. What type of compliance do we require? There is no benchmarking. Somebody is following 27,000 family, somebody is following PCI DSS, HIPAA, GDPR, and so many of those. Limited funding. Still today, we are not funding as it is required, because the funding is a catching up game rather than a future oriented preparatory game. And the last but not the least, lack of cyber hygiene practices creates insider threats. So if I quote NASSCOM, in 2020 this country would have required more than 20 lakh cyber security professionals. As on date, we require more than 25 lakh cyber security professionals. But if we count today in India, working for India, it is not even 2 lakh cybersecurity professionals. We are creating cybersecurity professionals left, right, and center, but they are working from outside countries or other organizations, MNCs, even from remote from home. So the impact of regulatory change actually create lack of this skilled resources. Continuous change, speed of innovation, privacy, identity related regulations, data-driven decision making, and last but not the least, the cyber terrorism. This is the threat landscape that we look across. So the solution must start with us. The solution is the way that we fought with COVID, to follow a certain SOP or the practice, which is written, not only digital, which is regularly followed and regularly, drilled. Not only we are waiting, and there comes cyber security management plan, and there comes cyber hygiene practices. My dear friends, it is we who should be the change rather than waiting for the change to happen around us. Thank you so much. God bless you. Jai Hind.
The presentation was scary, but the facts of the presentation is actually, we all should think about that, how to go about it, to tackle the menace of cybersecurity. And it's not only about public sector undertakings, it's about, it encompasses everything, every sphere of life. We are talking about digital transformation, be it enterprises, be it public sector, be it government agencies, how to deal with the threat of cybersecurity. And quite an insightful presentation by Mr. Sanjoy Kumar Das. Thank you so much for your presentation. So from the cybersecurity aspect, let's shift our focus to another aspect of digital transformation in the PSUs. And for that, we have with us Mr. Manish Grover, Executive Director, Strategic IAS and IAS, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, who will be giving his key speaker address on new era of digital transformation in Indian PSUs, the IO sales success story. A huge round of applause for him, please.
Thank you so much, and a very good morning to all of you. Very, cyber security session to start with. I think that has set the tone for the day which has begun. And as Mr. Das has rightly pointed, the digitalization and the company like ours, which operates, let's say, India's 10 refineries, the pipeline structures, the petrol pumps, and has data of almost 50% of the Indian population with us in some way or the other, including the Aadhaar, is definitely on the edge always to maintain the highest level of cyber security, in following the cyber hygiene, in creating the CISO, and a very entire wing who entirely devotes their time and continuously upgrading the available tech, which can avert such attacks and be resilient about the entire thing. CCMP is definitely in thing for us. And apart from, since this is a new thing, uh, fire drills, as he mentions, and you see in our refineries are part of our drill. That because we have to keep our installations safe from many many reasons. The entire India depends on the infrastructures which are being manned by us. So when the digitalization, started hitting in 2016 and beyond, we saw industries around the world transforming due to the digital, and digital has become a new normal in all the core businesses. uh, as he rightly said, Indian PSUs are also embracing the digital transformation. The aim is to enhance their competitiveness and to stay relevant. When I say stay relevant, if you do not form that path, at some point of time you will be left behind. It has led to change in the legacy systems. We have reimagined the customer experiences, and the transparency has gone way high, way high. I mean, from a total manual systems to a transparent system where you can actually see what is happening and customer can come back to us on a near real-time basis is what we have aimed for, and we have reached those levels. The oil and gas industry in India, which we represent, is one of the largest and the most important sectors, and it also contributes a lot to the global economy. Over the past few years, the industry has undergone a major transformation with the adoption of digital technologies. I mean, it has changed the way the oil and gas sector functions. If I talk about India, Indian Oil per se, we are in from downstream to upstream, E&P, the pipelines, the marketing, terminals, the bottling plants, and the way we sell the product from all our stations. Our success story, which we have been very thankful for us to share with you, is a testament to the transformative power of the digital technologies which Indian PSUs and oil and gas sector have followed. Uh, to say a few liner that Indian Oil has been a front runner in adopting the IT part and the digital technologies. We started way back in 2000s with SAP, followed by another ERP in SDMS and CRMs. And then we also created and had a sessions, an in-house sessions, what you call them, mind-churning sessions. Where are the gaps which we can fill with the digitals which were hitting the time? That was a time in 2017. And in the next 2 years, we formulated that within our own workings, the refineries, the pipelines, the marketing terminals, there were gaps which were identified to start with. We came to about 79 in the initial beginning, and every division was asked to implement those. But as we say, it doesn't happen that way. We had to have somebody, looking on the top of it to see and drive those particular transformations. So this particular strategic information system, that we also call as iDrive, this is the Indian Oil's, digital readiness and IT vision enablement which got created. And this is a team of about 26 officers, which has created a center of excellence and has been responsible for driving the digital transformation journey for IOCL. The team focuses on 4 areas, 4 pillars on which we are functioning. And these are pillars which drive us the value and the entire operational excellence. The first pillar, which we really are, which has given us a lot of good results, is the deep analytics and the machine learning programs. Therein, across refineries, across my marketing divisions, we have come up with use cases where by applying the ML and AI technologies, we have done the analytics and showcased that we can improve our yields, we can improve the predictiveness of the maintenance, we can also improve what products can be generated through optimizations. We have also predicted what our customers telling us and learning from them how to improve those services. Across those lines, the pipelines, we are able to predict the leakages also. So these things, along with the predictiveness and the prescriptiveness which comes along with the analytics, we have been able to improve upon all these things. The second has been the emerging technologies. And this is one field which keeps, every time we see more and more technologies coming in. So IOC had went ahead and approached the transformation, platform type of approach. We created a RPA platform, the robotic process automation platform, and this has been given as a very very huge results to us. A lot of repetitive complex processes which were there in the company of our size, which operates from a crude oil to the last drop of diesel we sell, we were able to save whatever we invested. 4 times to 10 times of that returns have come back to us in the form of the RPAs which we have introduced. Then we have put on a data initiative platform called the data management platform, wherein we have created the data lakes for, and this has helped us to derive our analytics around the things. And going forward, as he rightly mentions, while IT security was always in the focus and NOx was there, now with certain coming in and the government regulations, the OT security and the OT SOC has become a reality. So we are the first companies to go forward and create that OT SOC, and we are on the 3 refineries and 5 pipeline terminals have been chosen to bring those SOCs forward. So that data, the historian data from the pipelines, the data from the refineries, RTDBS data is being brought to the data lake for analysis and taking those decisions which are able to make us more efficient. And as we go forward into the new era of fuel transitions and the net zero which we announced in 2046, the entire journey is going to be transformed by some of the initiatives we'll come across here. The third pillar is called the custom off-the-shelf tools, and we have improved the tech stack by employing about 60 plus custom such tools in our company, which has improved tools like the end-to-end project management suites. We do around 2 lakh crores of projects are still going on, which are being monitored through such tools. The end-to-end tender management tool to make the e-office and make transparency come through, and the vendor connect and the material procurement process. And tools like which we are now going to high impact tool like the integrated planning tool, the refinery schedulers, the crude schedulers, the coastal schedulers, everything has come together to give me all the stacks and data-driven insights and let me perform our functions the way we were doing earlier in a much, much better fashion. We have taken the intelligence of the person and make it not only to him also, he have put it in the machine. And from those learnings, the decisions are much better. The fourth part and the most important part where the success lies is the change management part. Unless and until I adopt the digital ways across my company, we have a huge, manpower, 30,000 plus people in the company, and a lot of other people who are working as a peripheral nature also. We have to change the habits, how they choose the data and how they work around it. So bringing tech is one thing, but making them use and derive those benefits is also a story. So there's a constant engagement with our people. We have conducted hackathons on mobility, hackathons on RPA, and the new age, the new technologies we just hit us, called ChatGPT, the generative AI. We are doing the hackathon around that. The idea of this particular organization and the SIS where we work is to look at all the new technologies and see what business use cases come out of that. And the success lies in the top-down approach of our management. The director and the chairman who are just above me are the ones who also driving the entire thing forward. So it's a top-driven approach. We think big, start small, and then expand. Whatever initiatives you have gone ahead, like the heat exchanger change, we did one in-house POC and then give it to IIT Jodhpur to expand for all the refineries. So today, we are the only company, we are doing about 300 such heat exchangers are being changed and managed through the principles what we are following here. The kind of money which we save it's 4 times, 5 times, 7 times. It all depends. And all the analytics money that is done in house. We are not the entire people, the team which is with us. They are doing this within our company. And the fifth part, which we just is the game changers. We are trying to now bring out certain new ideas which can actually, with the transition in fuels, can make the digital as a service. Whatever we have devised, certain shutdown management tools and tools like which have been devised in house, can come as a service to other people also. And we have such tools which people are asking for us to share with them. And going forward, we are trying to create some marketplaces for one of the new products called CBG, so that players come together and are able to sell those things. So ideas like that, as we go into the green horizons, are helping us to stay focused on what we need to do. The challenges, as he rightly mentioned, has always been that whatever we do, we have to be cyber secure. Some of the initiatives which actually on which we, the customer reimagination has happened is in the form of reaching out to the customers through LPG customers and all those. We keep their Aadhaar data, the Aadhaar data in the Aadhaar data vault. And currently we have created another for the Ministry of Petroleum, a combined LPG database of all the three companies. Let's say 30 crore customer database is lying at one place, and we have created the vault for everything. And anything what we do, we make sure that the current, whatever are the cyber security measures we are taking in a company, the A gap solutions which are recently hit, I think we're the first company to come out with those kinds of vaults in the IT sector. So within our company, we keep, as he rightly says, doing this phishing attacks inside, making people aware about email. He rightly said is the first point where the attacks come in. So those factors also keep increasing, and there's a continuous engagement in the form of trainings to these people to say that they have to be alert. We cannot really afford any downtime on this particular aspect when we do, because any proposal that we take to the board, the first question is about the security. How secure is my database? We have to continuously keep assuring of all the measures which are in place and the resilience which we have built. He rightly says ki whether we have a plan A, plan B, plan C, if there is still an attack. So those plans are there in place, and the CISO, who is a designated person in a company, keep in touch with all the authorities outside and people in the dark web. We keep monitoring those things, what is being going on there. So this is how we are trying to keep ourselves alert, and so that whatever we do in the form of digitalization here, the results are not countered by any such attacks. So the success story lies in involving the people. The idea behind and the way we have operated in the last 3.5 years is that it's not that I push anything to them. We have been proactively going to each and every division in my company, the location heads, the executive director heads, creating and doing these ideation workshops. We try and tell them and showcase the art of possibility, what the digitalization can do to us. We share experiences globally. We share experiences on the peer basis and see, you state your business problem, we will see whether a digital solution can come out. So be it marketing, be it a refinery or a pipeline division or a R&D division, we have went and done all such things. And today, with 79, which I mentioned today, we are 180 plus such initiatives are where what we have done already accrued benefits, and some of them are under implementation. So there's a continuous engagement, and when we actually employ them, we make them the sponsors and champions so that they are being driven by them. So, and the management on the top always looks at it and see what the benefits have been drawn by them. So they get vetted at the level of finance finally, that yes, this kind of benefits have been accrued by the company by implementing all such initiatives. So all these things what we implemented as a policy. So it's just not technology which pushes. Like me on the top is actually a business person. I look at business first and how that solution is going to solve my problems. Or a technology person, how can I employ it to solve some other business problem around my world. So today's buzzword, ChatGPT, is our new imagination. We are trying to see what of my business problems can be sorted by them, how can I improve my, the project implementation plan, which goes into delays, learn from the experiences and predict what can be done to prevent those delays. So all business ideas come to force, and there is where digitization does. I think this is what we are trying to do in our own company. And the future challenges and readiness is depending on to always be ready with new technologies that are hitting us, expanding what has given to us and born results to us, and looking at each and every angle of my infra, supply chain, the customer imagination to see that what we can do better to make it more relevant to them. And this is what I like to share. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Manish Grover, Executive Director from Indian Oil Corporation. As you have rightly said that Indian Oil has been one of the front runners or the early starters of adopting technology at least 10, 15 years back. And you have also said that how deep analytics and machine learning has helped to increase productivity, efficiency in the entire setup. But what strikes me most, what you said at last, that when you said that uh, the people within the organization, they have taken this task by heart, that we have to be the change agent, then only we can adopt new technology. We are open to adopting new technology. That has been a highlight of the success story of Indian Oil. Thank you so much for that. So we had a perspective from a state government, we had a perspective from a leading PSU, Indian Oil Corporation. Let's have a perspective from a PSU which is under the aegis of education, and we have with us Dr. B. Chandrasekhar, Executive Director, EdSil, who will be talking about disruptive improvements in education through technology-led offerings. A huge round of applause for him, please.
Thank you, Goswami, for a brief introduction and inviting. My co-panelist here, organizers of the APAC team, the technology service provider. It's a wonderful exhibition outside. Young entrepreneurs who have gathered here, technocrats, ladies and gentlemen. So this topic is very relevant, appropriate at this juncture. We know this, the pre-COVID, the COVID period, and the post-pandemic has enabled technology as one of the key things in driving force, whether it is in production, manufacturing, services, including education, is not left around. So I'm just going to briefly talk on the disruptive improvements in education through innovation technology-enabled solutions. It's appreciable that the technology has been growing fast. It has been changing with trends, changing with end user requirement, and the kind of present economic growth. So learning through aided solutions are the recent trends in the learning ecosystem, be it is in the classroom or outside classroom. Today, the learning has gone seamless. At one point of time, it was either home-based learning or classroom learning. But today, throughout, the technology has enabled, it has come into the palm, and we are learning at all times. So that is the kind of change we need to see how this has changed the growth. The learning technology has varied with trend, scope, potential, and development. When I say all these, again, still we are focused to what is that we want, what the learner aspires, what the service provider looks at. Again, we talked about morning the cybersecurity. While the technology is growing, but we have also at least the education system has been able to put in place the secured system of learning having its own space. So we term the learning in two phases. One is they are available, leading to a formal certification. Otherwise, it's improving the learning in terms of value additions or in terms of capacity building. When we look at all these learning resources, again, it has gone, it's a large phase of development. One is, when we started with computerization of certain services, it's a fixed learning, which is called as one of the older version where we had only PDF sort of books. The NCRT had its learning basket where the entire class 1 to class 12 books were available online. That was the first instance where technology-enabled learning began. Today we talk about several aspects like asynchronous learning, synchronous learning, hybrid, collaborative learning. It means that the learning has come live. We can look at a 2D model, a 3D model, even now look at applications of artificial intelligence, machine learning, augmented reality, and virtual reality. So the kind of learning has changed from the conventional mode of today we call it as PDF books and e-books available, converting into kind of augmented reality models. So the learning has changed quickly in terms of getting a feedback what the learner aspires, how the learner aspires, how he is able to absorb the concept, reflect, at the same time he is able to improve on his skill sets. So that's the kind of change that technology has enabled. If you look at what the government of India has made in terms of learning initiatives, there are Swayam. Now we have a Swayam Prabha portal. So the entire learning, whether it is in school space, whether it is in higher education space, or in terms of languages, is all now today available online. The students learn in terms of modular fashion, or takes a comprehensive learning, or takes a certification, or gaining. So it's completely made flexible. The NPTEL, National Program on Technology Enabled Learning, where today at one point of time, we had talks, we have been thinking that IITs are exclusive for veterans or who have excelled in their academics, get into that. Today, these lectures are available to common people or students, learners in the rural areas also. Diksha is another platform, again made by NCRT, which is a complete platform for capacity building teacher training. It's understood that yes, while technology was available, there was a kind of an apprehension that yes, whether teachers will be eliminated out of the system. No, they are now they become more of a facilitator in terms of browsing through the complete syllabus, augmenting the technology enabled learning to strengthen the capacity and quality of teaching learning. It's wonderful to see that even e-skilling, today we have the vocational education on the complete technology-enabled platform. The NSTC has completely pooled the kind of modular skill courses available. But however, this learner has to do an internship combined with kind of e-learning to get a certification process. The e-Pathshala, the summer for higher education, completely technology solutions made available for higher education. So these are some of the technology solutions available currently in India. At most, I think amongst the Asian countries, India has taken a lead in making a pool of these learning resources made available. And today, learners also have a flexibility to choose at any point of time whether he needs a certification or an examination system. So the technology has grown to such an extent that these emerge in a short span of time. I've been telling about the technology, the learning system, the certification system is changing very fast and rapidly. We have the technologies which I have already mentioned about, whether it is artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data systems, virtual wares are the recent concept in the learning, including the chat GPT. I should not miss that out. We have virtual teacher assistants who can, the learners can put a query and automatically it brings you the query system. It's a completely learner oriented. So, well, it's well known that India is transforming into a digitally empowered nation and a vibrant knowledge economy. The technology solutions will continue to change, which is continually dynamic and have the potential to grow with time, increased learners, and having access to quality education. So, with these few words, I thank the audience here for having patiently listened about what technology, what educational technology means, and how it will benefit the learners, and what are the kind of systems available in this country, and government of India's initiative in this, and going through what the new applications will be a change agent in terms of learning and certification. Thank you once again.
Thanks, Dr. B. Chandrasekhar, Executive Director of HCL, for sharing with us kind of work being done in the education sector and the various aspects of technology from the days of classroom learning to the hybrid model of learning, and how technology has been an enabler to change to bring about that sea change in how the education being imparted, and also the various programs and how emerging technologies is playing a huge role in terms of education sector. So that brings us to the end of the inaugural session. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the eminent speakers who are part of the inaugural session? We had divergent views, one for the cybersecurity, then on the digital transformation journey, and also how disruptive technologies is making a huge point for the education sector. That has been a hallmark of the inaugural session of the second edition of PSU Take Conclave. I request Mr. Rajneesh Dey, consulting editor of APSC News Network, to come on stage and kindly hand over the souvenir to our eminent speakers of the inaugural session. Can we have the souvenirs on stage, please? We can start from this side. We can start with Mr. Manish Grover, Executive Director, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. A huge round of applause for him, please. Then we move to Mr. Sanjay Kumar Das, Joint Secretary, Department of IT, Government of West Bengal. To Mr. Dr. B. Chandrasekhar, Executive Director, ETSIL. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our partners, PSU partner Basil, Platinum partner Ruckus, Silver partner Red Hat, Cybersecurity partner Fortinet, Associate partners Dassault System, ACOPS, Pinnacle Exhibitors, InSpark, Ra Infotech, and Fiddle Softtech. So without taking much time, I would like to invite Kulyan Chakraborty, Head and Systems Engineering, India and SAC, Ruckus Networks, to come on stage and to give his technology presentation. A huge round of applause for Mr. Kulyan.
Good morning, everybody. The slides, please. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Very good morning to all. Good to be in the morning session. Generally, all these events, I'm kind of the last in the second half. Thank you, Mr. Goswami. It's a great honor and privilege to be here, especially when it's a PSU. I always jump in because I'm a second generation PSU kind of personnel. So as we used to say, we are PSU kids. Before I start the technology part, let me just tell you that one thing which a lot of us don't stress on, having all the PSU members here, is that PSUs, apart from what they have done to the Indian economy and technology and all, they have given us a set of kids, smart, intelligent, broad-minded, multicultural, a new generation of kids from the 60s and 70s, which I am one of them, and the third generation of PSU kids have come. So that's one big pool of talent which the PSUs are generated. We generally talk of defense kids, PSU kids are the same kind of, probably better off. So that's one thing a lot of us miss, and I would love to be a part of always a PSU enclave or an event. So quickly on to me. So I represent Ruckus Networks, part of CommScope. We are into networking. We are a global company, and I have a very short presentation on the role of Wi-Fi and IoT in the digital transformation. So the theme of today's event was digital transformation in Amrit, Kaal. So a lot of eminent speakers would come after me, but I'm going to touch base on the technology part of two things. How is Wi-Fi going to play a role in today and the near future in the whole digital transformation, and the industrial IoT part? So brief on what we have. So I'm going to talk about Wi-Fi 6, 7, a little bit of technology, but we are all technical people around here. And the buzzword 5G private networks, that's kind of thing which we all have been hearing. What is happening on that part, and industrial IoT, and of course, network automation. So just before I go deep dive into it, so this is one slide which we wanted to project that what is happening, what are the trends in manufacturing. So as you see, industrial automation, a big chunk of the whole pie here. We also see cloud computing and 5G and IoT. So probably all of us are connected to one block of this in some way, or all the blocks. So I'm going to talk of mainly on 5G and IoT here. So the theme is, yes, Wi-Fi 6, 6E, and 7. So all of us have heard about, Wi-Fi. So we use Wi-Fi. It used to be just a broadband delivery mechanism or an internet delivery mechanism. It's no longer the case. So the current and the next generation of Wi-Fi is going into critical applications of industries. So it's becoming more deterministic. So it's no longer the, the 4 bars of Wi-Fi going 1 bar, 4 bar. You don't have control on the wireless. It's no longer that. So a well-planned next generation Wi-Fi can go into mission critical applications. That is the whole way forward, because without that, the kind of devices which gets added on in let's say a smart factory, you cannot have a wired or any other connection. You just need some kind of a wireless connection for that. So the Wi-Fi 6 which is the current standard, and 6E and 7 are basically for that. So a slide on what is happening here. So why do we need the next generation of Wi-Fi and the next generation of wireless technology? So we are no longer the 7-8 billion people of the world. I think there are like many reports say 50 billion, 60 billion. There are some reports says 100 billion devices which should be onboarded securely and connected to the networks. A major portion of it would be the IoT sensors and devices which all the PSU family would use. Without that, there is no smart factory. So we all know that. So for onboarding those devices, you need some kind of innovation on the edge. Innovation on the edge is on the access. So apart from the high bandwidths and the high security, which we had heard from prominent speakers before, the major one important thing is most of these wireless are latency prone applications. So we need to reduce the latency. This is what is happening in the current Wi-Fi. So there are low latency, absolutely probably like 0 or 1 millisecond kind of a latency devices. Second thing is convergence of Wi-Fi and IoT, because we don't have to run multiple networks. So the Wi-Fi and IoT has converged into one box. Not only the edge device or the access device, but the entire ecosystem. And third is bring in reliability and predictability to the whole network, which brings in your cloud and your network automation. So this is where the innovation is going. Just on the top, if you see, I mentioned something called 6 gigahertz, which is the Wi-Fi 6E. This is one thing which I would say it's still not opened up in India. It's not de-licensed yet, which is de-licensed in a couple of other countries. In fact, most of the countries. So we are waiting for that from the government of India. But this 6 gigahertz would be the key for your automation. So 6 gigahertz would basically bring in another 10 to 20 billion devices, which are the IoT sensors, and the machines. So that is the reason why we as an industry, from a networking and from a telco industry, and we are like, going ahead and asking the government for de-licensing of 6 gigahertz. It's a huge chunk of 1200 megahertz of spectrum, which I would also request all of you, if you read or approach us from the industry forum and understand the importance of Wi-Fi 6E, which is the 6 gigahertz. So next comes Wi-Fi 7. So we're talking of 6, 7. So 7 is where the whole game changes, probably by end of this year. The whole 10 to 20 billion devices, which I was saying, to be securely onboarded would be from Wi-Fi 7. So one thing which Wi-Fi 7 brings in, apart from the technical jargon here on the screen here, like low latencies and higher bandwidths, obviously, and time-sensitive networking. One thing which Wi-Fi 7 brings in, which makes it on par with 5G or 4G, is
deterministic Wi-Fi. So it's basically you have some control on the wireless. If not a complete control like 5G, you would have some control on wireless from a device perspective on Wi-Fi 7. So it's no longer like it is out of the antenna and you cannot control. It's no longer a broadcast. So that brings the space where mission critical application like robotic arms or can use Wi-Fi also. So without having a network disturbance or somebody trying to hack in to the Wi-Fi network. So that is where Wi-Fi 7 brings in a major change. And the next one is the whole, people are talking the private 5G, right? So Ruckus also has Wi-Fi. We also have private 4G and 5G. So what is 5G? I think the second line states it's like 100% isolated from other networks. So private 5G is nothing but a 5G LAN. So you bring in a LAN, a 4G or 5G technology to a LAN network. So that is where 5G brings in. So just like Wi-Fi 6E and 7 on the indoor side, a lot of utility companies, and let's say in our forum, minings and offshore oils, oil rigs, you cannot survive without 5G. 5G brings in a super low latency, very high bandwidth, 100% deterministic network on the wireless side. And this is, when you say private, basically you own the 5G network. The PSU owns the part of the whole 5G network. It's no longer a public telco network or a public telco cloud, right? So that brings control to you or your IoT or your OT team, right? And CommScope used to have a lot of 4G deployments across the globe, and now we are into 5G. So we do have the 4G CBRS and the 5G NR radios with us, including the entire core and the entire ecosystem of SIM cards and packet core. So the end-to-end of a private 5G LAN is with us from the Ruckus table. I think one more important thing on 5G is network slicing. So network slicing means that even if it's a private operator or even it's a public, you can slice it, or let's say it's a telco, a major telco, and you can take a slice of that and make it your own private 5G within your township or within your campus or within your factory, So that is also one of the things which 5G brings in. And yeah, so continuing on that, what's happening on the 5G market? Nothing much in India except the telcos rolling out 5G. There's a significant 5G network across India with most of the telcos, or I would say at least the top 2 telcos. But yes, the whole ecosystem is growing. There are a lot of devices. There are a lot of IoT sensors would come on 5G now. They were on NB-IoT, 4G or Wi-Fi. So they would come on 5G. A lot of end devices, smartphones would be on 5G probably by end of this year. And I think the entire ecosystem of the private 5G is taking up in a big way. Factories and campuses, and as I said, offshore rigs and mines, we cannot, I would say, ignore the whole private 5G LAN scenario. So that's one thing which is a must-have kind of going forward if we need to have a smart factory as part of it. So the 5G on the outdoors or semi-outdoors and Wi-Fi on the indoors would be combined into one management. So that's where we are heading as an industry. So of course, we do have 5G access points or 5G base stations from the CommScope Ruckus table. Yeah. And the other one is the third important thing. So these were the wireless technologies. One was on the telco side, which is the 4G, 5G, and one was on the indoor side, which is the Wi-Fi. The second most important thing is obviously industrial IoT, where it's one of the key to digital transformation. And from a Ruckus table, we do have an end-to-end product line of and an ecosystem of industrial IoT. Right from the devices and sensors to the connectivity, which is the networking part, and the edge computing, including the cloud and the whole analytics part. So the entire suite of the industrial IoT is with CommScope Ruckus as a group and its ecosystem partners. The one thing on the top, if you see, is that multiple technologies, but again, a common management platform. So you have Wi-Fi, wired, cellular, CBRS, 4G, 5G, IoT, your SD-WAN, or your SASE boxes. So, all this, including your analytics dashboard, all of them would be under one common platform. And that's kind of the unique offering we have. So, something on what we have from an IoT perspective. The last one, which I would say is we are going towards from 4.0 to 5.0. We know that, and when we say 5.0, we always see it's the human-machine collaboration, where there are multiple definitions of 5.0 or Industry 5.0, but probably the one which stands out, we see all is it emphasizes human-machine collaboration, right? So for that to happen, you need to have a complete control, on the entire network. That's one thing, and that is what we are envisaging, from a common management perspective, that you need to have an AI-driven common management platform, what you see on the screen. So irrespective of the access, it can be wired, wireless, Wi-Fi, IoT, 4G, 5G, right? Or even your security boxes or your SASE boxes. So it needs to be driven by one common AI software as a management platform. So, and Ruckus actually, from a whole portfolio, has a unique platform which we call R1, which does this. So this is the only platform which does 4G, 5G management, Wi-Fi, Ethernet, including some routing and security, in the same platform. So this is one thing which it is already launched, and which we are highly betting on in this year for a smart factories and smart campus perspective. So yeah. And this is our entire portfolio of Ruckus. The entire suite of products which you have. In fact, the entire Ruckus team is just outside there. We have a stall, so maybe you can visit the stall and get to know. So this is what we have from the Ruckus Comsco portfolio. So I'm like keeping it short here. And so thank you so much, and thanks again to the APAC team. So let's have a great learning in the other programs and the follows. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kalyan Chakravarti, Head Systems Engineering, Indian SARC Ruckus Networks, for showing us kind of activity being done by your company. A lot of enterprise and PSUs, especially using IoT and Wi-Fi and everything. I was just having a word with one speaker. He was saying that they're already using a lot of your solutions in various hospitals and all those things. Thank you so much. I request Gopi Krishna, our co-founder of APAC News Network, to come on stage and kindly hand over the souvenir to Mr. Kalyan Chakravarti. Huge round of applause for him, please. You can start. That was a technology presentation by Ruckus, and now we'll break for a short tea break of 7 to 8 minutes, and then we'll have a panel discussion, perhaps the first panel discussion of the day, on leading role of the PSUs in the digitalization of the economy. And for that, we'll have eminent speakers from various PSUs who will be joining us. Sharat Sahai Mathur from CRIS, Vishal Mittal from ONGC, Ajay Kumar Nima from HTCC India, Ms. Ritu Naran from Container Corporation of India, and Mr. Chandan Kumar Burman from Oil India, and Mr. Ajay Kumar Pathak from NTPC. They'll all will be joining us for the first panel discussion of the day at second PSU Take Conclave. Do join us for tea and join us back in 7 to 8 minutes time. Thank you so much. Hi, welcome back. At second PSU Tech Conclave organized by APSC News Network, very insightful inaugural session in which we saw the presence of speakers from the state of West Bengal, from Indian Oil and from the HCL, where we had divergent views, be it cybersecurity, the digital transformation journey of a PSU, or how technology is being leveraged for the education sector. And then we had a technology presentation by Ruckus, and now we have a very interesting panel, perhaps the first panel discussion of the day, on leading role of the PSUs in the digitalization of economy. And for that, we have eminent speakers with us from eminent for leading PSUs of the country, be it oil and natural gas, HSCC, or Container Corporation of India, Oil India, Chris, and NTPC as well. I request all the delegates to take your seat so that we can start the panel discussion in next 2 minutes time. Thank you so much. On leading role of the PSUs in the digitalization of economy. Let me invite Sharat Sahai Mathur, Group General Manager Chris, if you can come on stage, please. A huge round of applause for him. Vishal Mittal, General Manager, Oil and Natural Gas Corporation Limited, ONGC. A huge round of applause for him as well. Mr. Ajay Kumar Nima, GM IT HECC India Limited. Ms. Ritu Narang, Senior General Manager, Container Corporation of India. Chandan Kumar Barman, BGM IT Oil India Limited. And Mr. Ajay Kumar Pathak, AGM NTPC. Mr. Pathak is here? Yeah. Hi, welcome all. We have seen the inaugural session and now we are here in the first panel discussion of the day. You all are digital transformation leaders from various public sectors of the country, I can see a railway public sector, oil and natural gas public sector, healthcare public sector, again, and also energy public sector, and also logistic public sector. All are here, if I may say so. That's a mixed crowd, if I can say so. So let me ask the first question to Mr. Sharad Mathur from Chris. Mr. Mathur, if I may ask you that, what have been the key milestones in the digital transformation journey of your organization? Maybe last 3 to 4 years down the line. Your take on that, please. Okay, sure.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I hope it is audible.
Yeah, it's audible,
Okay.
I think.
Fine. Of course, I don't represent PSU in the normal way because Chris is actually very much a public sector organization, but it is a society rather than a corporation. And the IT that Chris handles is actually for Indian Railways overall IT requirements. So basically, when I am talking about milestones in my organization, I am talking about the milestones for Indian Railways. And that, of course, I don't think it needs much of a explanation because most of us are aware. In the last few years, how have we moved? What are the major milestones? I would say is that number one, we have moved from purely customer-facing applications to applications that are at the back end of railways operations. Because railways is a very large system and there are a very large number of interacting processes in the organization. We, of course, the front end that as we as passengers or customers see is only selling tickets and then running trains. But behind that, there's a lot of asset management going on. There's a lot of materials management. Human resources have to be managed and finances have to be managed. So moving from purely transactions that affected the general user, that is ticketing and freight invoicing, to back-end process automation. That has been the main movement and the main digitalization that has happened in the last few years. So we have moved from purely transactions to process automation to enterprise level applications. And now the latest requirement is to automate the entire ecosystem. You would have heard of Gati Shakti, for example. So there is a logistics ecosystem, there's a travel ecosystem, and that consists of a large number of organizations which interact and information moves across these organizations, across the ecosystem. So the applications that we make now are focused on efficient interchange of this information, for example, through APIs. So that is basically how the transformation has.
I'll come back to you, but just so if I take a crux of what you've said, that the journey has been starting from customer-centric solutions to now almost at the level of entire back-end automation and everything. That has been the hallmark of Chris. A very important part, as you have said, that we cannot define Chris as the mere public sector boundaries, but Chris is an important organization when it comes to technological innovations, especially in the government space. In that way, we can call it that Chris is implementing technology and it's a PSU as well. Let me have a perspective from Mr. Vishal Mittal from Oil and Natural Gas Corporation Limited General Manager. Mr. Mittal, your thoughts on, you have been in this field for so many years, you've seen all the journeys. How do you rate that where this ONGC is standing at present in terms of digital transformation journey?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, good morning only. See, you have to realize ONGC is an upstream business, which has always been a tech-savvy business. It has never been a case that we are not at the front end of the business or of the technology. So if for the audience, I will just put a little brief on that. We are within the upstream, we have got 2 or 3 lines. One is a core exploration, wherein you just send the sound signals, and then the reverberations of that needs to be processed and interpreted, and you have to find what are the fault inside the earth. There we are working from 4 hertz to 2 kilohertz and sometimes 40 kilohertz. Then there's another business which is our drilling system, where you drill, and then you have to have you are working all the way in offshore as an onshore. In onshore, you start drilling and you are going up to 5,000 meters also. And in that 5,000 meter, you have to search just a 5 meter, 6 meter of a patch or a band where the oil is. And then once the oil has been discovered, you have to process it, bring it to the surface, and then process it and goes into refineries. So as ONGC, we have always been in front. But the coming in the last 5 years, a lot of digitization has been happening in the sense that these were all in a silos. So now like in Infocom, if I say, we have been in multiple digital, what you call technologies, say from paperless and other things. But the thing is now we have to bring all of them at the one central, platform where all these three silos can speak to each other and give us the optimization. So that is where we are working as of now. Like if you have seen we are very strong in latest technologies in exploration, whereas in our production technologies, and the drilling, where our wells are located right in the remote jungles where there is no electricity, nothing, just one well, and you will not see in around 5 kilometer areas, nobody would be there. So now we are bringing those wells right on the what you call online, and in fact we have been working on from well to boardroom. Well to boardroom is the one which has been given as a mandate to do it. So out there we have SCADA, out there we have communication, out there we have all kind of instruments, and those things have to be brought back and optimized. Probably that is one I would say in a very short time. Thank you.
So it's basically breaking those silos. That has been the hallmark of ONGC. And I'll come back to the challenge as well. We have with us Mr. Ajay Kumar Nima, GM IT from HECC India Limited. HECC India is again one of the leading public sectors which comes under Ministry of Health. And there, you name any big hospitals in the country done by government, you can see HECC's presence there. So, Mr. Nima, I would like to ask you, if I may ask you, if you can highlight one or two hallmark projects of HECC when it comes to implementing IT and innovation and technology. If you can just point out those two hallmark projects.
Yeah. Hello. Good morning, everybody. I am from HSCC. Basically, you know about HSCC. We develop the health infrastructure in all over India, and also the IT infrastructure for all these infrastructure. Basically, for this AIIMS-like institute or some other equivalent institute, we develop in nationwide. So our one great project is there in AIIMS Delhi. That is a digital network development of digital network infrastructure, which we have developed for the new Masjid Mode campus of AIIMS Delhi, and one National Cancer Institute at Jhajjar. So these two infrastructure we have developed for the this AIIMS New Delhi. It is a 100G based network infrastructure. It is the first kind of unique network infrastructure in the healthcare sector, particularly in India. So what we are going to develop in India, basic digital health infrastructure, digital network infrastructure for all the upcoming AIIMS. We have also developed other AIIMS also, AIIMS Nagpur, AIIMS Mangalagiri, Andhra Pradesh, AIIMS Kalyani in West Bengal, and AIIMS Raebareli in Uttar Pradesh. So we are developing basically for our clients for the IT infrastructure, so they can cater to all their needs, like they can implement the latest applications like HMIS, picture archival and communication system, PACS, education management systems, and library automations. All these latest technology, they can utilize the latest technology like IoT, AIs, and they can provide the better services to their patients. How they can improve the patient care services and reduce the waiting times. That is ultimately goal for all these infrastructure. And we have also developed uh, uh, paperless hospital in Mauritius also. Well, one ENT hospital at Mauritius, which was inaugurated by our Prime Minister 2 years back. So we are also working for the health infrastructure in Mauritius also, and including the IT infrastructure. So our more focus on to develop these infrastructure in such a way that they can adopt the digital health mission of our nation, and they can also provide the information, patient information in the central hub, where the we can generate our health card and all these in nationwide. So ultimately, our contribution to the nation is to develop in such all these infrastructure as well as IT infrastructure for the future aspects.
Right. And we know kind of work being done by HSCC over the years, starting from concept to commissioning of the
Concept to
hospitals, government hospitals and big scale hospitals like AIMS. And even in some different terrain also, we have put up hospitals. And again, technology has played an important role in that. So till now, we heard about the digital transformation journey of the various PSUs from our speakers. Let me take a different perspective from Mr. Ritu Naran, Senior General Manager from Container Corporation of India. Ma'am, if I may ask you that, we all know the digital transformation journey has been happening over the years, which has expedited maybe in last 2, 3, 4 years more. But what are the bottlenecks or challenges when it comes to adapting to technology innovation in PSUs? Is it the mindset? Is it the skill set or something else? Your take on that, ma'am.
Yeah, first of all, I'm very thankful to be on this esteemed panel. And coming to your question, I'm from Container Corporation of India Limited, which is a company of multi-logistic business. So if we go by management perspective, the main vision is customer value creation. That's the first objective of the company. So as far as the vision is very clear that we have to provide the services, and being a PSU, a lot of challenges are there because when a PSU works in a zone, it is not a choice of location, right? Where we want to work exactly. Sometimes it is a remote location, sometimes infrastructure is not there, skilled manpower is not available, and many more things are there which are not in your favor, right? So as a challenge part, firstly, the area of the work where we have to provide the services is the first issue. Later on, it comes to the management and the people of the company. From my company, it does IT, we have to go by IT and we have to implement applications, we have to provide services. This has come from the management point, right? They, as per their like vision, we have automated each and every process in the company. And not from today. We have done this thing from last 20 years, or I can say more than 2 decades. We have already implemented all centralized applications, and both for office automation as well as for the customers. You can believe like whatever the information a customer requires, it is available on the fingertips, right? It is available on the web-based, mobile-based, chatbot, whatever you name, the things are available for the customer. Coming forward, like as you mentioned, a lot of technologies are available in the market, but choosing a right technology to meet the objective of management and as to provide service to the country is very important. Like people heard about like there's IoT, there's AI, blockchain, a lot of things are there. When we come to exactly implementation of any technology, we just think what is the objective, why we are implementing it. Are we able to provide service to the country? Are we able to provide services to the customers? Can we bring the logistics costs down? So that's the main objective, right? So like recently, I will not name the things like we have implemented first generation of computation, second generation, third generation, lot of challenges, lot of issues, compliances as a government sector, a lot of compliances, regulations you have to manage, right? It's just not implementing any application. You go to market and buy anything and you do it. Firstly, you have to go for tendering process, going for L1. A lot many things are there. So I need not to mention that everybody is aware of that. So recently for the customers, we are going to implement AI for the supply chain, complete supply chain. Like a customer can book their containers, they can find their containers at presently where they are located on the real-time basis on the dashboards. And that we have already implemented at some level, not using AI, but different technologies we have used. They were segregated, and there was a requirement to we have to collaborate all the systems, legacy systems at the one platform, which we have already done through the service-oriented architecture. And without changing any single thing in the application, we have run the complete dashboard on that. So management can make a decisions based on that. Past data, forecasting we have implemented, and that can provide a value added to customers. So the main objective is to serve country, and we are already doing. And during COVID period, like every PSUs were running, our government sectors were having problems. And in Concur, we have already done that computerization ahead. Like there was no paper at that time, all e-office were implemented, even board meeting is on tab. You can imagine that critical things are there. So we have digitalized long back. So almost 5-7 years when the COVID period was there, we were not having any problem. We have already implemented e-office, VPN systems, everything was available. So we just started working and we were able to serve the country. Thank you.
Right, right. If I take a cue from what you have said, a very important thing you have said, ma'am, that it's not about only embracing technology, but to identify which technology can be workable for your ecosystem. There are multiple solutions, multiple technologies are coming every day, but we also need to identify which technology can be leveraged, which will be beneficial for my organization or for my office. That is very important. And I can see a headline news also that you're going to deploy AI in a larger scale for your entire operations, especially for customer-centric operations. That's a news for us because we cover public sector as a whole, also as a media company. So that's a news for us, team. Take a note of that. Let me take a perspective from Mr. Chandan Kumar Barman, DGM IT Oil India Limited. Your thoughts on the challenges of embracing technology or maybe the emerging technologies that can be also, we can also discuss that. Your thoughts on that?
Hello. Yeah, thank you, APE Group, for inviting me here and to be part of this esteemed panel discussion. In the context of digitalization, I think, first of all, from all PSUs and from my company especially, we are very thankful to the government who gave us so much of support to embrace the new digital technologies. And we are more or less mandated to implement state-of-the-art, maybe Industry 4.0 kind of technologies, the way it suits us. And with that perspective in mind, my company had started an ambitious set of initiatives under the project umbrella called DRIVE, which is digital readiness for innovation and value in exploration and production, which is the core vertical of my industry. As you said, the challenges and maybe the hindrances that we have faced while implementing all these initiatives. We have initially envisaged for about 11 initiatives. Out of them, already 7 have gone live. And most of them primarily encompasses like drone surveillance, artificial intelligence, adoption of cloud technologies like that. The learning that we have had till now is that one aspect is that we, in the process of implementing all these digital initiatives, we happen to be embracing a set of different cloud providers, which are integrated with our core data centers. So we found that having multiple set of public clouds integrated to your data centers may be a challenge at times in terms of operations, in terms of security and all. So that way possibly in a consolidated public cloud service could be a better way of managing heterogeneous digital initiatives from a big company perspectives. And the other aspect which I would like to highlight is that in terms of AI maybe, see, I belong to a company which deals with very capital intensive and very highly unpredictable kind of business, which is exploration of oil. So you have to be very precise on what you do. Otherwise, your whole lot of investment is concerned. Now, in one of our projects, which is reservoir modeling, supposedly we're used to AI-enabled static modeling and all. Now, when my reservoir engineer says that they're using some static model, which possibly AI is helping them, but which is not up to their liking or up to their satisfaction. What they say is that once this static model is accepted, maybe this could be an industry standard. What I mean to say is that this sort of AI model or AI basically try to innovate on its own or try to learn it. So implementation of this kind of technologies which may not be that measured is a kind of a challenge or kind of could be a challenge for us to eventually establish the ROI. So these two aspects I would specifically like to highlight in terms of challenges in technologies. Thank you.
So one thing is managing cloud infrastructure and that AI, the evil side of AI, if I say so. Or so we have to identify the good side of AI or the opposite side of AI, and accordingly we have to use that, because already there's a huge debate going on that AI is going to get away your job. The huge debate going on world over, for be it for private companies or government companies always. But again, we have to take the help of emerging technologies as and when it is beneficial for us. Let me have a perspective from Mr. Ajay Kumar Pathak, AGM from NTPC. Mr. Pathak, your thoughts on the digital transformation journey and the challenges.
Thank you all, sir. In fact, NTPC is a big organization, as you know, and it's a multi-location, and our all plant generation and our business process is already digitized, and a lot of things is already automated. But even then, when your business progresses, a lot of new challenges coming, and that in terms of like all PSUs were traditionally on note sheet mode. So during the pandemic, last 2-3 years, we did a lot with e-office, our Pradeep project implementation. So wherein we integrated each and everything from the digitize everything from the right from the note sheet to the vendor payment now digitally accepted, the payment done, because a lot of pressures on us also to showcase the realization of the payment to the vendors, because it's a topmost priority. Being a Maharatna, you have a lot of responsibility given by the top man. So it was there. So challenges was we have around 1 lakh, more than 1 lakh vendors around the globe. So everybody you have to educate, to upload signatures, we driving lot of sessions for them, webinars and etc. for uploading that. Again, came back to our plant operations. We have a huge manpower there also as the contract manpower, our own manpower. So entry into the plant in those days and counting of them, their payments. So it is in all directions we have to do it, sort of mandate, and implementing in such a use thing, it is so educate them to take them on that platform. It was quite challenging, but being can-do approach, we did it. And further, now, like sir already mentioned, cloud infrastructure and all. So in public sector, all we know, going to stateway cloud is not an easy solution or not an easy decision taken by anyone any day. So everybody apprehension with the securities, but we have taken educate measures to go on the cloud, because easy deployment, every time you have a different requirements coming, and it is coming in very fast and evolving in the quick section, you have to do it. So those things are there, but we have a good team for that. So, and a good partnership with all leading manufacturers and OEMs. So we did it. So again, we are going with our latest digital initiative. Lot of things again coming, and every day it is journey going on. So we have a plan. So we have a plan.
So you have made my life easy, because my next question was to you about the future plan and the latest technology or the latest plan you have for your organization. Let me start with you, because I started from this side. Let me start with you. Quickly, your thoughts on you're talking about the implementing latest technologies. If you can just shed some light without compromising with the privacy and secrecy of your company, maybe 1 or 2 lines about what kind of technology you are willing to deploy, maybe in next 12 or 24 months down the line.
Sir, we have a mandate for digital initiative implementation as a MU part. So we are starting with AR, VR kind of thing for our training and 3D printing. A lot of things are coming. RPA is coming in big way, though we have implemented in some billing and all, because our beneficiary is spread across the India, all utilities and all state electricity boards. So we are doing that part, but even then in commercial, lot of scopes are there. So we are going with heavily on RPAs. We have a drone technology because we have a plant in Hughes and coal stocks and all. Lot of assets are there. We have advanced pattern recognition, data lake kind of thing. So we are working on those things, recruitment processes, automation, end to end. We are telling us a recruitment to retire kind of things project we have taken. And we are also, it is very small, but now it is felt across the organization to implementation of low code, no code. S/4HANA also we are going in next year, within 2 years, we are going to implement for lot of analytics things are also coming.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Pathak. Mr. Burman, your thoughts on that quickly. Maybe next 12 to 24 months, what are your plans in terms of technology implementation?
Recently, we have completed a pilot project on drone technologies, which we have very successfully utilized to monitor any miscreant activities or any pilferage of crude oil on peripheral pipelines and all. So that pilot project is successfully completed. So we're going to extend that, maybe with a bigger scope, having video analytics and all. So that is in our radar and very quick time. Then secondly, RPA is another aspect, which we haven't done yet, but yes, we have it on our plan of action. And the other thing is that sensor-based monitoring of well location, well activities, basically real-time monitoring. That also, that pilot project has been completed for 3 wells. So we're going to extend those monitoring for another 7 wells in coming days. And all these projects, I would say, the pilot initiative has been successful. And we're going to expand on this.
Right. Ritunaran, your thoughts on that? To you.
Yeah, as I've already mentioned, we will be shortly enabling AI at all our terminals, handling containers, right? So whenever any customer is going to book any container and it is coming to our ICD, so they will be able to have a complete real-time monitoring, tracing of the container. They can have a better, like we have already implemented like first mile, last mile services through mobile application. Like if any customer comes with any of the requirement, then online bidding take place at that time only, and he will get the latest, whatever the best rates are available for their consignment of any type of the services, which we have already launched. And integrating with the AI, they will be able to already yard will be planned through AI. All warehouses we are going to implement through robotic informations. It will be totally replacing humans. So timely delivery and warehouse automation is in process. Next is in process is blockchain implementation, right? Especially for the smart contract management and for bank guarantees and payment module we have already implemented in our company. With the implementation of that has ensured that all payments which are coming for any of the contract get cleared in 93 days. It is around having 90% success. So that is the assurance delivered by our management to all stakeholders that any payment which is coming will be cleared within 3 days. So that benchmark has already been established. So we are going to integrate that thing with the blockchain. So smart contract management is another thing which is in pipeline.
Right. So AI, blockchain, robotics. If I just sum up your future plan, Ajay Kumar, Niman ji, your thoughts. which technology you are focusing on, maybe for next 1 year or 2 years down the line?
Yeah, actually, we for our corporate office HSCC, our challenge is to how we monitor our big projects in different states of the country. So now we are going to develop our surveillance system in such a way that we can monitor our system actually on from our management's directly from head office. So how we develop the surveillance system at site construction projects. So we are developing our as a pilot project first in Rajkot. So better monitoring on the day-to-day basis, because it's a very challenging to deliver the projects timely and handing over to the clients in timely manner. So that is our one aspect from our corporate office, and other one is from our client side, that we have to utilize the AI. Deploy AI for the PAC system. So how we can generate automatically reports for our clients for this X-ray and some other equipments, medical equipments on the without help of the doctors. We can support to the doctors if they want. So use the IoT services for the hospitals. So better way we can capture the data automatically without human interference. So all these new technologies we want to deploy. Though so many startups have come up for developing this technology, but they are facing the problem to how they can deploy in government sector. So we are helping them. How we can collaborate with our government clients and deploy all these latest technologies with the healthcare sector, in the healthcare sector, with the help of our clients.
Right. So one way is site surveillance, and other way is emerging technologies, AI, IoT, and all those things. Mr. Mittal, your thoughts on that?
So we are a little different industry in the sense we work within our.
I know, but just
so I just mentioned well to boardroom. That is the top track, and as a part of that, I am upgrading right from my well side. A lot of sensorization is happening. Lot of IoT is happening, lot of OT with respect to predictive and preventive maintenance is happening, lot of production side, surface management, analytics, video analytics, not only with respect to the safety, because that is a paramount stuff which looks very small, but when you actually do the project, that is a huge thing. Then what blockchain contract management has already been implemented by us way back, 2 years back. Then WIMS portal, if you really say, from the right now my vendor doesn't have to interact with me. Everything is online, right from payment. I mean from the invoicing till payment. They don't have to interact. We have our fixed timelines. They are already in place. RPS, they are in place. These are already done till 22. And now, effectively, we have identified more than 70 plus projects, out of which around 10 projects are in pilot stage, not really in pilot stage, but in one field per se. And we will be evaluating them, and specifically in those areas, both from, I would not say AI per se, but the high-end IoT technologies and analytics. In analytics, you may use AI or otherwise. So a lot of algorithms would be written. And once, based on the results, we will be scaling them up across the organizations. AI, one of the major use which we are planning and looking in is in our interpretation. So it's like that when you do a survey, on a geological survey, so you have a cross sections. So today you do a cross section, if you do a cross section here, then every 10th cross section you have to do a complete interpretation. There we are looking at an AI where a pattern would be formed, and it will be cut down to 1 to 1,000 instead of 1 to 10. That is one area where we are focusing. Then there is another area where our regular scientific based interpretation happens. But we have recently set up our analytical platforms, and we have gone with a separate approach with a data-based approach. So I don't have to be a scientist, core scientist, I would say, but based on the mature fields and the surroundings, certain data would be available. And based on the data, we are correlating them with the actual interpretation or actual produce what we get. And then we have come with a data-driven reservoir modeling rather than a core scientific modeling. So that is a kind of a help and a cross-check as a doctor would, okay, kitna hai or kitna nahi hai. So those are the few things which it's not the complete stuff. These are the major ones. And
Right.
if you talk at logger one, probably 70%.
Right. But data-driven well monitoring, that's interesting. Mr. Mathur, quickly.
Yes, I'll try to be as quick as possible. So basically, I've just jotted down a few points here. Basic movement that we are doing is, as I told you, is integration of all the functions and managing the complexity of the various IT systems in the organization. Because as you know, railways is a very complex organization. So the approach that we have now taken is to develop the enterprise architecture, which is a structured approach to architecting our systems. That is to manage the complexity. Now that drives the technology selection. So technology selection, instead of having to select from a palette of different technologies, you are able to reduce that the menu by adopting an enterprise architecture approach. And when you do that in a structured way, you model your processes and then you move down to applications and data. And then the technology selection then sort of becomes easier that way. So that is one of the things that we are doing right now. The idea is that we should integrate our system with the larger, as I told you, the larger ecosystem, logistics and travel ecosystem, which is the government of India's thrust right now. Regarding data, because data governance is a very important part right now, we have found that data governance is very important. So we are putting in place a data governance program. The idea is to be able to use the data to take data-driven decisions, provide dashboards to different levels of users, and then use AI ML, of course, to analyze the data. That has also led us to integrate our IoT and cyber physical systems based applications, because they were all scattered across, and the effort now in the next few years is in a big way to use IoT and CPS, as all our esteemed panelists have also mentioned. So that will be very big. And along with that comes edge computing, the need for innovative wide area networks, low power WANs, utilization of 5G, and and edge computing. And therefore, we are looking at a multi-cloud hybrid, hybrid multi-cloud, what we call a hybrid multi-cloud strategy for hosting our applications, which is a combination of in-house cloud, our own cloud, as well as external cloud service providers, provided they are empaneled with METI. So basically, that in a nutshell is what you will see from us in the next few years.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Mathur. So if I wrap up the session by taking the crux of what has been discussed for the last 45 minutes or so, as if you talk about how the digital transformation journey has been for public sectors in India, that is, one is breaking the silos, identifying which technology can be suited for my organization, and embracing new technologies like AI, robotics, ML, and RPA. But again, that depends on which emerging technology can be best suited for my own organization. And that has been the crux of what we have been discussing for the last 45 minutes or so. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining us today. If I may ask Mr. Rajneesh Dey to come on stage and kindly hand over the souvenirs to our esteemed speakers. I once again thank all our esteemed speakers for this session. Sharat Sahai Mathur from Chris, Vishal Mittal, ONGC, Ajay Kumar Nima, HSCC India Limited, Ritu Narang, Continental Corporation of India, Chandan Kumar Burman from Oil India, and Ajay Kumar Pathak from NTPC. Can we have a huge round of applause for all of them, please? We can start with Sharat Mathur from Chris. To Mr. Vishal Mittal from ONGC. To Ajay Kumar Nima from HSCC India Limited. Ritu Narang from Continental Corporation of India Limited. Chandan Kumar Burman from Oil India. Mr. Ajay Kumar Pathak from NTPC. Thank you so much, all of you. Can we have a group photo of all the speakers together, please? Can we have a group photo of all the speakers together, please? And let me also invite Sarabjit Singh Madan, Chief Architect, Red Hat, for his technology presentation. I request Mr. Singh to come on stage, please. Thank you so much. So now we have a technology presentation by Mr. Sarabjit Singh Madan, Chief Architect, Red Hat. Over to you, Mr. Madan.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah. Hi. We had this beautiful panel, right? And there are few words which is such a music to me. You know, they're talking about data, they're talking about automation, they're talking about AI/ML, and they're talking about all these technologies which we as organizations kind of look at. So I'm Sarabjit. I'm a chief architect at Red Hat, and I've designed a small presentation for you, which is called the Digital Dominance Blueprint for PSUs. And whenever we are given an opportunity to present, we're always debating what to do, right? And we have two choices. One choice is we talk about our product, which is very easy. We pick up one of the product and say, okay, we're going to talk about it, but we feel that's not justice to you. And the second perspective is we pick up a topic which we feel is going to help the industry, and where we kind of bring in our perspective, practically what we are talking to people. So it's going to be a very honest conversation on how we feel as an organization you should look at digital dominance for the PSUs. The theme today, transformation, and I said, okay, let me not use the word transformation, I'm going to use dominance here. I'm going to begin with a photograph, first of all. Has anybody seen this photograph? It was there in news recently. Anybody wants to attempt? Yeah, please. Absolutely. So this was a photograph from a Sony's World Photography Competition. So there's a gentleman called Boris Elzesen from Germany. He made this photograph, participated in the competition, won the first prize. Then he said, I won't take it. People said, why? He said, this is I generated using AI. People said, and people said, you know, why are you telling? You could have just avoided and taken the prize. He says, no, I want a debate to happen. And he says the photography today is moving from a mere photography to prompt photography. You tell the a system, please do something, create two ladies, one behind, one who's doing, and it will just generate for you. That's the world in which we are living. We're living in a very, very different world today. I think yesterday night I was with the friends and they said, Sarabjit, what are you going to do 5 years from now? He says, no, hold on. What are you going to do 2 years from now? Because the way the things are happening, the discussion, what we're going to do, we don't know, to be very honest. And what we are looking at is, yesterday we had this Google Bard announcement. Did somebody follow this? And a colleague of mine was saying, Sarab, in one day, Google share increased after Mr. Pichoi started speaking about this. I don't know how much it was, Bhavani. How much was it? 56 million or something? The share increased just because he started speaking about it. And then you talk about ChatGPT, which comes in 5 days takes 1 million subscribers and says, sorry, we have no more space for you to test this out. until we launch it or whatever we do. We are working in a very, very different world today. Very different world. And digital transformation is something which we were thinking we need to now look at how we can thrive in this. That's the question. And a very simple agenda which I've set for today, we're going to look at 3 parts to this. We're going to divide into 3 conversations. Who is a digital leader? We're going to look at that. How do we get there? And the last, a very, very important question, which I'm sure all of us are very, it's like, it's very easy to say, I'm going to do AI/ML. How are you going to do it? What are you going to work on? Should you buy GPUs first? Should you buy a digital, a software for, data engineering? Or should you be looking at data science? It's a very, very different question. We go and buy a fridge, let me just do that. Double door, single door, that itself is such a confusing element. What capacity, it's like, we are just, because the choices are so many, and we're going to simplify this. I'll try very, very simple what we need to do. And I would say this will be a journey. This will not be a prescriptive pill. It will be something which will just evolve. So let's look at who is a digital leader. Let's look at that. Somebody who works in his organization, as we had Mr. Mathur speak, the lady from Conclave speak about it, and we had, lot of panelist people from ONGC, all that stuff talking about somebody who's got all these apps and all his applications well connected. Is that one element of it? We're looking at connected, nimble app services, bringing speed to the whole thing. I could go further and say somebody who's a leader looks at beyond processes. He looks at beyond the processes. Processes is taken, is given. Now he needs to look at what are the disruptions happening. COVID gave us a big jolt. It told us if you were not ready, your offices are shut. If you were digitally connected, you had all the stuff, you could work. But now if the leader has to think not just this process and strategy, he has to look at economic and market disruptions. Like, for example, getting back to Google, somebody was writing an obituary for Google, ChatGPT's come, Google's gonna, Google says, I'm gonna come with Bard, right? And let's look at the war now. He's gonna look at all the disruptions. That's what the leader does. You look at the third element to look at, he is open to everything. He understands the ecosystem. The leader is well informed. He looks at all the stuff which is happening around, looks at all the connections. So that's what the leader is. Now we go to the next topic. Next is everybody needs to look at where they are in their journey. It's a very, very, very significant step. First, I need to measure, where am I? Where am I on this journey? Am I just using technology? Am I transforming or am I innovating? Some of the conversations which are happening here, what we do in healthcare, the sir was talking about, or, the gentleman was talking about, the way we are looking at Chris today from a organization which is doing automation at different levels, the back end, looking at AI/ML, looking at where are we? At what stage are we? That's a very, very important element. Now, how do we get there? Some things you might find abstract, but I'll make it simpler. I'll go further to this. Open architectures, very important. And please trust me for it. I'll take it to the next level. You look at open processes. You need to really redefine the way you think you're kind of working today and the culture part of it. I think there was a question which the gentleman who was kind of moderating this panel was talking about, is skill your issue? Is technology your issue? He asked a very good question. And that's where the culture becomes a very important element. What's your issue? If you ask the CIO today, is it not being able to look at the emerging technology or culturally being able to adopt it or by skill being able to adopt it? These are the serious questions which somebody is facing. I went to a customer in Odisha. I said, Saramjit, I'm not able to attract people to this land. If I'm not going to look at these kind of technologies today, I need to look at a place where I can have my culture. And it says, for me, my developers are very, very significant. Can you enable them to do things? He's talking about the cultural part of it. So we say, okay, sir, we're going to not just looking at using technologies for you or the architects. We're going to look at this cultural part of it a lot. That's what we're talking about. So where do we start? I think this is where it becomes absolutely nuts and bolts how we do it. We're going to look at 5 elements to this. The first is you need to crack the cloud code. Simple. Cloud is a reality, but this code is very complex. It's not an easy code. It's a difficult code. You need to break this up. You need to be on top of it. You know, cloud, I respect cloud. I as an architect, you know, if 5 years back, somebody would ask me, Sarabjit, what will you do? And honestly, you ask anybody who works for a technology company, we have 2 paths, sir. Either we become a manager or we stay a technologist. Fair? And when the cloud computing came in, some of us felt, I can stay an architect. Because cloud computing brought in those elements of things which I could now talk to my customer and say, yes, it has brought in a new, but you need to break this code, how to adopt it. The second is you need to look at your applications. You know, creating a mobile app, a website is not modernization. You need to literally go to your core, literally go to your application, you know, the way you kind of modernize them up. The third is, you know, how you kind of look at, you know, integrating applications, data and processes. You look at artificial intelligence. I think I started with that picture to give a very strong message that, you know, most of the conversations which we are doing today, we are talking about these elements. We are talking about, you know, talking to customers and saying they want to look at AI very, very seriously. Let it be any sector. We had a gentleman visit us from education sector at our booth and he said, Sarabjit, what can I do? And Cherin was there with me, my colleague from Red Hat. He said, you know, what are the use cases I can look at? I said, sir, you are providing education, you know, you're providing your media content to the government schools. These schools are running it. Can you not use AI to look at how effective they are? He says, yes, I should look at that. Can you not look at AI to kind of design the new level of, you know, programs which you need to run for your schools, you know? And the third is the way you should extend them up. So there are so many capabilities which you can look at. It's just a matter of, you know, us being able to look at. So that's this thing. And the last is you need to automate. I think COVID showed that the first priority when the CIOs were asked after a couple of years is what's the priority? They said, let's automate everything because we can't work without it. So this is my 5 steps, and I'm going to look at the first one. Now, how do you crack the cloud code? There are 5 elements to this code. The first element is it's becoming multi-cloud, right? It's no more that, okay, I subscribe to AWS or I subscribe to Google. You need to be in the reality that it's becoming multi. It's no more single cloud. You know, it's like, you know, earlier you used to have, okay, I'm going to take SAP for finance. I'm going to take Oracle for HR. I'm going to take, you know, TIBCO for something. That's how you used to use best of the breed applications. Now it's best of the breed clouds. That's where it's becoming multi-cloud. I'm going to look at PaaS, SaaS. I'm going to look at IaaS. I'm going to look at all these combinations from these clouds. That's first element of the thing. The second is regulatory controls. Because all the while, the sovereignty is an important topic. You need to look at where the data resides, what's it's doing. That's the second part of the code. The third part is TCO. A very important element which basically gets hidden. You only discover it later. And you now found certain articles, people are questioning this. People are saying, you know, it's becoming prohibitive beyond 5 years. So for the first 5 years, you know, whatever I'm doing, OpEx versus CapEx story, it's okay. Beyond that, it becomes issue for me. So TCO is another element you need to crack up. The fourth is portability. You know, in certain forums I've spoken, it is not the question how you can migrate to the cloud. The bigger question is how you can come out of the cloud. That's the architectural question. The question to be asked is not, you know, how can I adopt AWS? No, that's not a question. It's very simple. You need to, build bridges to kind of get your data in. You need to get some compute running. You need to get some services running. It's okay. The reverse questions, how do I break these bridges? Can I move to multi-cloud in a true honest sense? I put a lot of focus on this portability. And tomorrow the regulations change and you say, oh my God, I was putting some application on my cloud. Can I bring it back? I'm working with one customer who is modernizing his application, and the first clause which is written in whatever he's written is, I want this back and forth movement. It's a very, very significant, kind of a design principle to look at. And the last element is security. Whatever you may wire, we have a security session after my session as well, so you can understand how significant it is. And if you really look at the CIO's priority, number one priority may be security as well. They are looking at security as a very, very important element in the conversation. So if you need to crack the code of the cloud, I repeat, you need to look at least these 5. And maybe your organization needs something different. And we are very happy to work with you. Is it possible? Is it not possible? That's the question. Sometimes when I meet the customer and I say, sir, we can crack this. And they say, sir, I think I wanted to have such conversations. Can I have portability in a true sense? Can I literally be something on-premise, something there? Can I look at hybrid? I think that's what he's asking. But still have all the controls, still be able to take multi-cloud, still be able to take regulatory, optimize my code, have my security fabric, which runs absolutely seamless from what I do on-premise to how my security is on the cloud. Can I have one fabric of security? It's possible. It's absolutely possible. We go further, and this is how the whole multi-cloud looks like. You have something on AWS, something somewhere, triangle, rectangle, pentagon, it could be anything, all connected. I go to the next one. The next one is cloud native development, and I'm going to talk about 3 things here. One is platform consolidation. I'm going to look at event-driven architectures. I'm going to look at edge. So when you're looking at, 5 years back, when people were looking at applications, let me put 5 years, people were saying it's going to have 3 tiers, it's going to have, so you have 2 stacks, you can look at Java, you can look at .NET, all that was good. Now, the new age platforms, and you had to live with one for the years to come. You had to live with those skills, you had to live with those kind of codes, you had to live with those kind of databases. People are saying we can't do that. It's very different. It's very difficult, sorry. It's very difficult to kind of look at. There is a very significant need to kind of consolidate platform. And that's what is reflective of all the RFPs which have come in, or all the conversations which we do, even at BFSI sector, PSU sectors, all that. That's one thing, a very serious thing to look at. The second is event-driven. How agile are your architectures? If you are looking at a digital dominance, you literally need to be responding to the events which are happening in your business and wherever they are happening, back end, front end, in your warehouse, in your, manufacturing shop floor, wherever, you need to look at event-driven architectures. And the last is, now the technology is moving so swift, it is moving to the edge. It is moving to the place where it's happening. It's saying, I'm not no more centralized. I become decentralized. And that's what you need to look at from a cloud native development. And this is one slide. Again, I've not branded anything from Red Hat here. I've just put in, this is how the world is consolidating. You're looking at all your traditional apps on a platform like Kubernetes. You're looking at all your cloud native applications sitting on it, and you can extend the same from AI/ML. The whole question is of a conscious decision that can I consolidate? The whole, thinking starts. So I speak to a lot of CIOs. I was speaking to one of the CIOs. He was from a financial space. He said, Sarabjit, I joined this company. They were having a code which was running for the last 25 years. I had to come in and bring some level of transformation very quickly, first at the customer side. He says, I created a super app. I created the web. My app is very fast. And I said, that's very good, sir. He says, now, that was my phase 1. My phase 2 is, I'm going to look at my core. I'm going to look at my core application, and that's where I'm going to look at a platform like Kubernetes to kind of consolidate them. And if you ask me, is it easy? The answer is no. Let me be very honest to you. I'm not going to paint a beautiful, story and say this is a very good thing, everything is here. No, it needs a very, very, dedicated, conscious effort to look at, yes, I'm going to look at consolidating my applications. I'm going to look at Kubernetes as an engine. Trust me, if done well, that's where the next level of digital transformation comes in. So you look at your client side, look at apps which can be wrappers to whatever you're doing, but beyond a point, you need to look at application modernization, and this becomes a very important glue. And this is how the old architectures are breaking. So you have this, so the CIO I was talking to, he says, Sarab, I have a very big code. I'm going to break it into 3 parts now. I'm going to break it into something which I cannot further break from my monolith. I'm going to look at something which is microservices-based architectures. I'm going to look at something on the cloud. A show of hand, we all understand microservices-based architectures? Yeah, we understand microservices-based architectures. Anybody, if I can further expand if somebody wants. Okay, so that's what it is. And on the event side of it, now you're designing application which were earlier producing events, which was on the left-hand side, which is here. You have app. I'm just gonna get a hold of this. So you had earlier applications which were created, which were emitting event. Now what we're saying is, please don't do like that. Let you design applications which you are going to make. So we've just shifted a bit of a focus. This is for another day. This is a 2-hour conversation, which I'm very happy to do with you or my colleagues. We have a very strong team of Red Hat present here. We'll be very happy to talk to you. If you are going to look at these kind of things, we can literally take you. And I feel this is a technology which has revolutionized a lot of applications modularity in the way they are. So I strongly, strongly make a case for you to look at on the application side, not just consolidating, not just modernizing your application, looking at architecturally how you can bring in these elements to it. That's my submission to you. So I go further. Now we look at the transformation part of it. So first we looked at cracking the cloud code. We looked at the application. I moved to the third element, which is transformation. And here I've put in 3. You look at transforming your security processes, because that's very important. You look at internal collaboration, which is very significant, and the consistent upgrades. This is going to be a little interesting. Okay, so I'm going to do the first 2 first, which is like you need to look at new ecosystem, cultural transformation. How you kind of deliver. People would have heard DevOps, DevSecOps, right? These words ring a bell. So these are the ways for you to now look at the new age processes of development. I think if I talk about waterfall, somebody might laugh that, Sarabjit, why are you talking about it? This used to happen earlier. Now we are looking at this. I'm saying take it very seriously. This is a very, very important element of the whole picture which you are doing. You need to look at security into your processes. Now it's a shift left. You basically can look at technologies where you can create these kind of structures where security is in every element. Okay, yeah. Very quickly, I think there's a time, I think we're missing it, so I'm going to wrap this up a little quicker. So this is what you do. And then last, this is a statement which I love. Judge a man by his question rather than his answers. Why I'm telling this? In my org, in first quarter, all of us were asked to do lot of internal courses. We are measured on it. And I feel if somebody has to live in this digital world today, he has to go back to school every time. The periodicity the organization can decide, because if you're not going to ask me the right question, I can't give you the answer which you want. And today the thing is, it holds good for me as a technologist, it holds good for organizations. I think it's like going back to school for everybody today. Please take it with all due respect. I think if we don't do this, we can't ask the right questions. And if you don't ask the right questions, I may talk to you about DevSecOps. I want you to ask me serious questions about it. If I talk about AI/ML, you should ask me very serious questions about it. Sarabjit, how will it happen? How this DC? How DR? This is a very important, because the way the technology is changing, it's changed. It's like way too fast. I love this statement. Very quickly on to the AI, just last 2 points. Artificial intelligence, I think it's a world of data engineering. I started with that photograph, AI-based support system, neural networks. Somebody was asking me, Sarabjit, what kind of use cases we can do? I said, you could just do something on text, have statical stuff running on it. You could do that. You could do image-based predictive maintenance at BHEL or at ONGC or any place. You can look at the corrosions. You can look at the meter readings. You can look at all the stuff using image processing. Then you could have videos. You could have beautiful videos on. You could have drones which are having software to kind of take the videos, say what is happening. You can do video analytics. Simple 3-step. All that stuff happening here. A lot of industry use cases. From healthcare to financials to telecommunication, insurance, automotive, government. I think you can coach us well from the industry, to be very honest. What we are just representing here is it's endless. It's literally, it's all to the imagination. And what we are looking at is, just a video analytics. I'm going to skip this up, but that's how we kind of have architectures to talk to you. So we're very happy to have a conversations around AI/ML to you, how open source software today is becoming a very, very strong proposition. You don't need to look at cloud. You need to look at open source. Open source is the engine to kind of look at all those kind of stories. And it's happening on the edge. Very quickly, the video, please. I'm going to show you some lovely video. It's just a small 50 seconds. Yep. You'll be very glad to know we are taking such conversations to defense as an organization. And this use case even holds for manufacturing. This use case is a representation that, tomorrow, whatever your use case is, open source can seriously solve your, capabilities on the AI/ML side. I'm going to quickly jump to my last part. Hyper automation. I think that's the world which I start with. Everything as a code. Look at automating everything from your security, network, cloud, infrastructure. The question is not what you can do in automation. The question is what you cannot. That's the answer you should seek. What you cannot do. I think we can do everything. If you literally want to automate, we can seriously bring in AI together and just do that all together. And treat everything as a code. I think look at new ways of building applications to look at code as a, everything as a Git as a repository, everything as a code. Whatever you're doing in development, you can do on the infrastructure side. So I'm just going to leave a thought with this. What would you do differently if you were the digital leader? We have a lot of digital leaders here. So that was our presentation on it. We are very happy to collaborate. We have a booth there. We have a very large team. We have the leaders from Red Hat here. People on automation, AI/ML, cloud native, everybody present. Please visit us, and thank you so much for your being a great audience. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sarabjit Singh Madan from Red Hat for a wonderful presentation, I must say. Opened up a lot new avenues, and the last part of that video, that can be a game changer. And as you rightly said, it's not only about defense, it can be used in various segments, various sectors in the years to come. Thank you so much. I request Rajneesh, the consulting editor of APEC News Network, come on stage and kindly hand over the souvenir to Mr. Sarabjit Singh Madan from Red Hat. A huge round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much. That was technology presentation from Red Hat. Now invite Hiral Sharma, Principal Architect, India and SAC from Fortinet to come on stage and give a technology presentation. Over to you, Hiral. And after that, we have a very interesting fireside chat with none other than Golok Kumar Simri, Principal Advisor and Chief Technology Officer, Passport Seva Program, Minister of External Affairs, Government of India. And that topic will be securing data, safeguarding privacy. Are PSUs ready for the demand of the new digital age? But before that, a big round of applause for Hiral Sharma from Fortinet. Over to you.
Thank you so much. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen present here. I absolutely feel privileged and honored to be present here amongst all of the critical associations from the industries which are available today. And wow, what an interesting time to come on stage. We have heard about digital transformation. My previous speaker spoke about security, and I was really thrilled and happy to hear somebody talking on AI, ML, and cloud talking security. So here I am, as we're talking about digital transformation and security, it's very important to understand and to use security as an enabler rather than becoming a showstopper. So to that, can we move on, please? Or can I have So I want you to stay tuned with me for next 15 minutes only, and that's where I need your attention. Today, as we have spoken about digital transformation, I really want to talk about what are the cyber exposure when we talk about digital transformation. Because we understand, and I was also observing, and we have been having multiple conversations since morning, and some of them were very intellectual as well as insightful. But one observation that most of us were still occupied with our handheld devices, our laptops, and rightly so, because business has to go on, right? And that's where the agility of business comes in. But at the same time, that enables you for an advanced attack surface. Your attack surface from within office boundaries have any which way expanded. So I really want to talk about what has been our cyber exposure. Let's talk about what could you do as an organization to build a resiliency around cyber. Because innovation cannot be stopped. So if you have to be resilient across the cyber, what are the different ways you can be resilient? Last but not the least, we want to share certain best practices which you can take back along and implement in your organization to be cyber ready, right? So let's start about this. I'm sure we have spoken since morning around digital transformation, so I'll not take much of time. But if you talk about digital India, and as the motto of the Conclave says, we are in Amrit Kaal, right? Truly, and as said by Mr. Prime Minister, we have never seen India environment today. We are digital ready, our connectivity, our education system, our digital skills are number one across the globe. We are leading in every possible way that could be. Our DPI, digital public services, digital public infrastructure, never seen before. Today, e-governance has reached smallest town of every state. But when we talk about such exposure, what is the risk that we are talking about? One thing that it surely brings in as an organization for you and as a cyber leader is complexity. And how do you tackle that complexity is very important. You have attacks happening in every possible way. And that does not start at an organizational level, but also as an individual level. You get SMS which have fraud links in it. You get phishing messages, you get ransomware attacks, and many of such attacks have commonly been seen across the entire digital surface. That's from a digital part of it. Now let's see this. How many of us from the audience has utilized Delhi Metro? Please raise your hand if we have ever used, right? So Delhi Metro is heart of Delhi. And while I was coming to this event, I stay in Gurgaon. So while I was coming here, I actually happened to cross the airport corridor, which proudly we have banners saying that India's first ever airport metro. And we are so proud, right? We are associated with Delhi. We have world-class infrastructure available. But usually if you see, the speed and safety does not go together. Delhi Metro has proven that as an out major or a concept which is very old. We are safe, at the same time we provide speed. But have you ever thought that this connectivity or probably the CCTV footage which is available at a station, if that goes out on internet, and believe me, since I come from this industry, I can speak on behalf of all of you that this digital assets are available on internet. You have darknets, you have dedicated sites wherein all of your critical infrastructure details are available on darknet. So this is very, very possible to expose. And what could be the ramification of such risk here? That will be much beyond your digital attack surface. Digital is still one part of it. And I'm sure all of us are movie buffs here, at least I am. Most of them Bollywood movies as well as the Hollywood movies have shown Dhoom 2, Dhoom 3, whatever series of Dhoom we have seen Dawn. All of that talks about how hacking has become a normal trend. How you get into a train, do a robbery, come out of it. Because you have the intelligence available much in advance. So how do you tackle the situation? And the ramification, as I said, will be beyond digital surface. It will be to the level of humanity. It will be to the level of human and nation states to talk about. That means predominantly the impact all of us have seen. Recent cyber attack at AIMS, right? Who would have ever thought one of the most safe place when we reach out there for our help could be under the target. CDSL, our financial infrastructure. Colonial pipeline hack. And there are many more such. Ukraine nuclear power plant. Have you ever thought what would be the implication of such critical infrastructure and cyber impact most importantly? Because when we talk about all of this, as I said, it will go much beyond. And targets do not stop only at a critical infrastructure, that also attacks the private institutions, which are, at least from a technological perspective, are very tech-savvy, and they have so much of a deployment around cybersecurity itself. So when there are multi-layer, multi-defense, as we say, deployments are already possible, what is that one thing which is being missed out, which is causing all of this? How many of us are present from OT perspective and know about OT as a technology? Oh, great. So we only have one submission coming in. So let me elaborate what is OT. OT is operational technology, which is not as simple as how IT looks. For you, if you need an Wi-Fi access, you go to an IT person, and that IT person will do certain changes on Wi-Fi access point at controller, and you have internet access. But imagine the same situation at a plant, at an oil and gas factory, at a petroleum plant, at a nuclear plant. And I spoke about Delhi Metro also as one of the cases. Security at that level is not as same as it was. 2010 is the time when we first heard about a targeted attack for operational technology, which was a nation-state sponsored attack, which is popularly known as Stuxnet. Yeah, it started with Stuxnet. And today, you can see the evolution of different attack patterns which have been happening. But most importantly, we have targeted and sophisticated attacks for these states. And that's where our infrastructure needs a dedicated level of prevention, or at least a thought process to start with, right? What is the cyber exposure around it? From a digital transformation and whatever discussions we have been hearing since morning, I could predominantly put that down into 4 key buckets. First, work from anywhere. As I said, I have been observing since morning, all of us are working in some or the other way, because the business has to go on even if we are present here. The digital acceleration has to happen because there's a demand which needs to get catered. Your application journey, which we have heard earlier during AI, ML, cloud has become a very, very norm to talk about. Last but not the least, operational technology. Gone are the days wherein this power plant or factory at a remote city would not have connectivity to the main data centers. Now everything is connected, but we do not have the same standards of safety and security maintained, which predominantly means these are the exposures in terms of attack surfaces. You have attack surface on cloud, and my co-speaker before my session spoke about cloud native security. So if you are planning for a cloud-based approach, are you planning for a security as an inherent part of it? Nation-sponsored, I have already spoken about it. What is interesting is AI enabled. And we just heard few examples around ChatGPT, around Bard, and whatnot. Do you know ChatGPT can actually write a code which can be malicious? How many of us have tried ChatGPT? Yeah, great response. I've tried it myself. First, if you go and say, please write me a spamming code or a phishing code, you'll get an ethical note from ChatGPT saying that it's not ethical, go back, check your value systems, come back. You know how we tell our little kids that, baby, this is not okay to do and you can't be talking about it. They tell you the same thing. But how kids are smart in terms of manipulating us, at least my son does that to me. Similarly, if you manipulate your question and go back, you will get the right code and you will get the right responses, which is loop and iterative. So for organizations which are actually dealing in ransomware and which are dealing in targeting these attacks, have very, very easy formulas available out of the box for them to plant an attack for a device which is internally available. As I said, CCTV access, so many critical operations and sites are available on CCTV. And I can tell you that's all available as a footage on internet. And we've seen those copies, right? So this, when we talk about threat landscape, it's actually evolved. And do you see a traditional security mechanism anywhere here? We should talk about antivirus, we should talk about firewall. None of this cater to that requirement. So when we talk about this, the issue that we see, despite all the measures that we have, is synergy. The organizations and through the digital transformations are getting complex day by day, and it's very difficult for a security operations head or a CISO to maintain that level of standards and security in place. We have many silver bullets to play with. If you have a network security requirement, you'll go and get a particular A vendor solution, which is best in breed for network security. If you need antivirus solution, you'll get a best antivirus, and the list goes on. And I can tell you from data points which are available in a normal organization, there are 30 plus vendors which are available from a cybersecurity perspective. However, they're still working in silos. As I said, out of all of us, at least we understand IT, but there was only one submission around OT. We don't even understand what is an implication of our own organization's business if that gets cyber exposed. Forget about working together. And which is what increasing the team's issue and complexity, which is overwhelming. What is the need? We spoke about AI. Is AI taking our jobs away? Everybody's question is that. It can never. Because nobody and no tool in industry can match a human intelligence and human emotion. And I always read EQ better than IQ. So the requirement today is to have human-machine teaming. When I say human-machine teaming, you need to know how to utilize your entire infrastructure, which is self-learning, self-healing, and automated. So you need to build a cohesive infrastructure. However, the authority, the decision power, and the control system will always be with a human factor, which will be you and your extended team. So you need to work towards making the life of your users, your IT administrator, your security administrators easy and better and efficient. As we move on, and as I said, the topic of today that I really wanted to talk about from a digital transformation is the resilience of cyber. Because I understand today, every organization has already taken a cyber journey. No organization today can get up and say, I don't have an antivirus solution, or we don't have a firewall solution, or we don't have a basic security in place. Yes, it is all there. How do you build a resilient ecosystem? And modern definition of resiliency is to keep advancing despite the adversary. Be it ransomware, be it WannaCry, be it targeted attack. How do you keep going? What do you learn from it? And how do you implement those knowledge system back into your system and be better prepared next time? First, we need to bridge the gap. Get awareness more as to what are your digital exposures. Not only limited to IT in your work culture and your department, so to speak about, but across, right? So I'm sure everybody has heard about data loss. Anybody that has read the data protection bill, which has come out very, very recently? Yeah. By the way, just a tip to give away. For the very first time, Indian government has made the citizens of India, which is a data principle, accountable and responsible. That means you and I together are responsible for our data fraud. We have 10,000 rupees penalty if we put any data entity which is wrong, and you can't go back and say, I've had a privacy issue. So whatever online transaction, online data entries you do, you have to be very, very careful about. So in IT ecosystem, we worry about data loss, but in the OT or in manufacturing or a plant system, we have to take care about safety, which is what I spoke about earlier. In IT, the average ecosystem time will be 5 to 7 years if there is a device and there is a renewal time and the purchase time. But in OT, they are legacy system. Believe me, the systems are still running on Windows 90, XP, and all of that because the change is not so easy to do. Imagine you have vulnerabilities which are openly exposed and somebody just need to tweak something and get into the doors. So when we talk about bridging the gap, we need to first understand what is the difference and what thought process we need to bring in. From security to safety, the entire ecosystem needs to get managed. And start with convergence. So here are my key takeaways from building a resilient organization-wide security. So we spoke about the exposure. Now we'll talk about the resiliency that you could build as an organization. Start with convergence. Convergence of different functions. Convergence of your networking, convergence of your different OT functions as well as your security functions across the ecosystem to build a consistent, efficient visibility as well as control. Next, let's try and consolidate unity of platform. I think some of the keywords that we have been hearing since morning till now is around platform. Platform on AI, ML, cloud, and even in security. What is the advantage? As I said, you have 30 plus vendors available. Platform helps you to give outputs which are outcome driven, unlike a simple integration. We have heard about multi-factor authentication. Today, any banking application we try to log in, you get OTP as an additional layer of authentication mechanism, right? But imagine if the internet banking software or the authentication software goes for a version change, at the back end, the IT has a lot of work to do. They need to go back, change the integration again, rewrite the integration. But when we talk about platform or convergence, we talk about functions which are outcome driven, which are not version dependent. We are giving out of the box functionality for you to achieve as a use case to make your life simpler. Last but not the least, be proactive. Till now, we have been talking about protecting ourselves from inside. You know, it's like our house where when we have digital lock system, then we have a safe system. Then again, there's something which we have kept, which is very, very precious into another safe. That's all fine. What are you doing for external security? Do you know as an organization, what is your security exposure from outside? Do you know what is your brand reputation? How many of attackers are talking in darknet about you? Because we don't get that visibility. So we need to look above and beyond only in internal security, get an external view, be proactive in your approach. So 3 pillars when we address, you build a resilience, and that has to be ongoing. That has to be a continued effort. And last but not the least, your skill sets. It is undebatable topic wherein we talk about skills and how effective that can be. A tool is as good as one knows to operate, right? So last, around this, we at Fortinet has built an ecosystem which is completely broad. We provide a full coverage, visibility, as well as protection across the entire ecosystem, starting from your physical security to endpoint security, application security, network security, not to forget the cloud. Not only within the Fortinet ecosystem, but we also integrate with your third party. We are not asking you to rip and replace everything. If you are right now in your journey of cybersecurity maturity with a particular vendor, from a network side, from a security side, even from IT, OT, or cloud side, we are more than happy to integrate and give you outcome-based solution, which is completely converged into each other. As I said, integration is one of the key points that we're talking about. And last but not the least, the entire ecosystem that we build automation and orchestration as a part of it. That means we are building in the core capabilities which are required for you to get into a cyber resilient mode from a reactive approach. And all of this can be available in multiple form factor versions as possible. Now, as I said, data protection bill was one of the things, but from an organization perspective, if there is going to be any incident, you know, CERT has a guideline for it to be reported within 6 hours. How many of us knew that? Yeah, okay. So another tip point. So when we talk about reporting an incident, all the attack examples that I took, the biggest challenge is to detect if we are under attack. We don't even get to know. RSA attack, which is very, very popular, a security organization themselves took 2 years to identify they were under attack. Now, if you don't even know you are under attack, how are you going to report an incident to CERT, India? With the automation that I was talking about and convergence, we have actually delivered that within few seconds. The moment you identify any incident, now I don't want you to focus on multiple components which are written there because I understand that might not be the relevant information for you. But what I really want you to know, let's say a particular admin gets to know about an incident. From there to convicting if it is right, wrong, what is a false positive, what is a third party, what is an external view, what is a conviction, till that to reporting it and again learning it back from there and putting it back to the infrastructure is something that we can do within minutes. Forget about 6 hours. And not only within Fortinet ecosystem, but as well as from a third-party ecosystem, which is clearly highlighted. These use cases are out of the box achievable for you. Just somebody needs to create those and build those. Now I'm towards the end of my slides. Fortinet in India is specially committed for Indian government and Indian customers. We have 650 employees out of India available. We have multiple support centers that are highlighted. I don't want to read out the numbers, that is for self-consumption. What is important to know, across the customer base and across the devices that we are protecting, 10 out of 10 UPI transaction, one of the largest ecosystem in India is protected by Fortinet's ecosystem. Public sector bank, private sector bank, even the top unicorns today utilize Fortinet, and we are absolutely proud to tell you that we are associated with our organization and we are committed to provide them the required safety and cybersecurity measures. Last but not the least, the audience today is majorly from the critical infrastructure, citizen services, and education. All of this, we are more than proud, as I said, to be associated with them and to provide the right security. Now, from a Fortinet, as I said, we have a huge portfolio, but what I really want to communicate is anywhere you have a cybersecurity requirement, consider us as your partners in the journey. Our motto is to live with the cybersecurity and provide cybersecurity everywhere you need it. So if you have any cybersecurity requirement, I, along with my team, is available at the booth out here. And we are more than happy to have those conversations with you. Please join us there. Before I end the session, last key takeaways that I want to give you is please think and build around outcome-driven convergence. Talk about building a consolidated approach as a platform around the entire ecosystem, not only cybersecurity, but the entire ecosystem of your digital attack surface. Last but not the least, do we need to be reactive? I need responses. Do we really need to be reactive? Yes, sir? Yes, absolutely. Please be proactive in your approach and be prepared. Thank you so much. With that, I hope that I contributed to the discussion today and looking forward to have a conversation at the booth. Thank you so much.
Just wait for a second. Thank you, Hiral Sharma from Fortinet. I'll request Rajneesh Dey, consulting editor of APAC News, to come on stage and hand over the souvenir to her. Thank you for your insightful presentation. And I'm sure points made by you have been well taken by the PSU leaders who are present here. That was Hiral. And with this, we have come to a very interesting part of this second PSU Take Conclave, the only fireside chat session with Mr. Golok Kumar Simli, Principal Advisor and Chief Technology Officer, Passport Seva Program, Minister of External Affairs, Government of India. Topic: securing data and safeguarding privacy. Are PSUs ready for the demand of the new digital age? I request Mr. Simli to come on stage, please. A huge round of applause for. I think Mr. Simli doesn't need any introduction. I think most of us sitting here today know him for last 25, 30 years. He's a technology governance leader, if I may say so, for having experienced more than 30 years. Out of that, if I'm not wrong, I think you were part of that national e-governance plan, which was envisaged in 2005-6. And then almost 15 years you have been with Government of India, and before that, you have been part of RBI and other government agencies. You're known, Mr. Simli is known as a governance tech leader over the years. And so straight coming to the point, Mr. Sibley, do you think that PSUs are ready for the demand of the new age? That is, when it comes to securing data or data privacy. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sovik, your entire team, the partners for having me here. I think today we are discussing on a topic which is need of the day, which I'll say, I think whether I come from government, you and me as an individual, or someone sitting here from our industry colleagues. Now, everything if we see on the security side, since many of our previous speakers have spoken about the security challenges end-to-end, the product and solutions, what they are offering to us. But let me put you some different perspective on the security data privacy at large. Now, when you see on the government parlance, and when you see on the data security privacy, and how do you deal with that, I think I'll start saying that when we think with a population scale. Let's say I am talking about data, I am talking about security, I am talking about more than 1.4 billion people, right? I am also talking about the demography, the geography, the literacy, the kind of educations, variations, right? Even I am also talking about rural, urban, the kind of a dividend we have. Now, if you look holistically, the security in that sense, where we need to start, no? And to my mind, when we are working on these big programs, these big transformation programs, or a government scheme, the idea is threefold. The first fold is, how do you really identify whether it's a person, it's a device, it's a communication channel? How do you really identify that? Can you really identify, right? So the identity channel, it's very important if you are building security, establishing the identity. Where it is coming from, how is it coming from, where is it traveling, how is it traveling, who is actually traveling. The second fact comes to my mind is the data exchange platform. Where all and which are the channel it is traveling, right? Whether it is your on-prem data center, whether it is between a service provider and a customer, whether between kind of its employees and the users, or it is between a organization and service seekers or citizens, right? So the data exchange, how is it happening? And when I say data exchange, do you really understand what kind of data you are dealing? Is it a sovereign data? Is it a fiduciary data? Is it a personal data, non-personal data? What kind of data? Are you really going detail into it? Are you really in a position saying that what is the before action I should take? What is the during action I should take in terms of any sort of security incidents or security alert you are getting? So before scenario, during scenario, and after effect, right? So that is another very major concern. And the third biggest channel is the payment. So these are the three channels, identity, data exchange, and payment. is three ecosystems, anything and everything you do today, right? It exists. Here and there it exists. And if you understand the channel end to end, things become easy, right? And that is what our approach is. Even if I'm looking passport seva security at large, that is the channel I am taking. Now, another kind of a three, which we say 3 to 4, another important aspect of security is whenever you are talking or whenever you are communicating or whenever you are doing any sort of a service delivery, there is something called you need to connect, right? Before you do anything, you need to connect. I need to connect to Sovikji before even if I speak to him. I must know about Sovikji. I need to understand about what is his profile, background, the kind of bandwidth, match, this and that. And if once I identify, then I need to connect. This probably you are speaking, but in security sense, IT sense, OT sense, that is the way you connect. And once you connect, the next phase is the communicate, right? Then you need to communicate what sort of communications channels you have established, right? Whether it is a on-prem, whether it is a cloud, whether it is, as I said, between IT to OT, it is OT to OT, it is IT to IT, what kind of channel? Again, that detailing do you really have? And while you are doing these two things, again, connect and communicate, the idea is that enablement, that digital enablement. Let me quote a small example here, right? When we started this Passport Seva program somewhere in, or why only Passport Seva program, any of these big programs, whether it is Aadhaar, Passport, GSTN, income tax, whatever I name it. But since I am now heading Passport, so let me talk about Passport. Before Passport Seva, in and around, we have employee strength of 3,000, right? Now these 3,000 employees, earlier they are fully on paper pen, right? Fully, almost 15, 20 years. And suddenly when we brought in Passport Seva, the first problem was how do I enable them digitally, right? Even if I enable them digitally, are they really able to communicate what the way I want to communicate, the digital way, or the digital way they want to work? So that kind of alignment, realignment, training, skilling, reskilling, and today, let me tell you, Soviji, those 3,000 employees are my today's digital warrior. I tell them digital warrior. Why is so? Because they understand that digital ethics, they understand that digital code which I want to drive upon them, right? So that enablement when you are trying to connect and communicate is utmost important. The last, which is absolutely kind of a on the dot one should take when we are defining this end-to-end security, whatever you name it zero trust, you name it intrinsic, you name it end-to-end, these are all I say innovation of or the term which is coined by our colleagues, right? But what is that we are looking? Ultimately, what is that we are looking? That is the customer, the citizen, the customer experience, the citizen experience. I just speaking with some of the booth here outside. I said, okay, fine. You are doing a convergence of IT and OT. I agree, which is needed, very much needed. Kind of the space we are dealing like the critical sectors, it's more or less all IT, OT space. But when it comes to dealing with that or reaching to the customer somewhere or other, we are taking help of IT, right? I say, fine, you are converging, doing a convergence technology solution is fine. But then tell me, once you converge this IT and OT, can I have that complete visibility? Can I have that complete observability at one side? And the other side is, can I also have the kind of impact you are giving to the customer, which is the end user and the citizens? So what is the value add ultimately you are doing? So if I can start from there, when I'm converging between IT and OT, I think that is the approach one should take, rather other way, looking into the solution, going to the impact or the business value. and the criticality attached to it. Let me quote another example, Sovikji, saying that suppose my power transmission network is dying. It's a complete blackout in Delhi, let's say. Assume that there is a complete blackout. No, it's okay, all fine. Whatever solution we thought about, whatever no, we talk about the no portfolio product about convergence in IT and OT, but what is the impact on the customer, on the citizens when there is a, let's say, 24 hours blackout, or let's say we talk about EMS example, right? Though they could not introduce into the OT space, but the EMS network was down for a month almost. Entire services was down. They were all doing manual. So the impact, if you measure, can you measure the impact in terms of value proposition, in terms of the business? And then you come out and tell us saying that, okay, this is how I'll propose the solution. The problem we start is, you come to us, explain us the solution, starting from the product and portfolio. No, that's not the approach. Half of us, we do not understand your approach. Our approach is, our decision maker approach is my citizen first, my customer first, my impact first, my critical infrastructure impact first, not the other way. So that's how I put it. So
it actually brings us to that point. When we started this conference today in the morning, we had speaker from the government of West Bengal, Mr. Sanjay Das, Joint Secretary IT. He's sitting in front. He was also touch basing upon this kind of points, and in his presentation he talked about almost 40% of cyber attacks has happened last year in Indian public sectors of the total attacks. And you have rightly said that one is building digital warriors in your organization, evaluating the analysis, impact, and then come with solution. But at the same time, I would like to ask you, maybe the last question to you, that we know the problems. Where are the problems, right? So what should be our digital transformation roadmap in terms of cyber security for the public sector undertakings? Because we are talking about critical infrastructure. And again, I'll go back to that presentation. It is shown that perhaps largest numbers of cyber attacks have been done in critical infrastructures in India in last year. So what will be your mantra for the public sector undertakings, maybe 1 year down the line, 2 years down the line, quickly in a 5 minutes?
Yeah, the mantra is very simple. See, as I said, what is that you are trying to achieve at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, you are trying to achieve kind of some sort of a service or some sort of a schemes or some sort of a, let's say, product, portfolio, this and that, right? At the end of the day, that's the motto. Whether we are in government, somebody in organization or so and so, or you are in media houses. So you are addressing some customer base. You are addressing some citizen base, right? And when you are saying so, the digital transformation journey one should look forward is how do you create that environment, which is, I always say, it should be a consentless, it should be a paperless, it should be kind of a cashless, maybe it should also be a presenceless, right? And when you are thinking on those 3-4 pillars, right? And then you start your digital transformation journey. Believe me, all these solutions you are looking after, all this thought process, it is going into your kind of designing, developing, whether one side, the infrastructure, other side, the application, third side, the devices and products. And at the end, whether it is an end user, a customer, or your own employees or organization at a large. That is one mantra I always give. The second mantra of this holistic digital transformation must be and ought to be holistic. We must not look or we must not take a silo approach in any case. If you are taking a silo approach in terms of data, in terms of people, in terms of processes, in terms of your rules of engagement, since we are all talking about security, we must not forget the rules of engagement, whatever you have. And those rules of engagements are nothing but your compliances, your regulations, your available acts, whatever department you are, and law of the land. And last but not the least, the tools and technologies, whatever you are thinking and trying to kind of develop the solutions, these tools and technologies must speak out the truth when you are looking holistically in terms of people, processes, deployment models, rules of engagement, and at the end, tools of technology. If you have that kind of a holistic approach and holistic view of the digital transformation journey becomes easier, journey becomes smoother, the impact becomes huge. Today, whatever we are doing, whether it is Aadhaar enablement, whether it is a UPI, whether I am doing a passport service transformation, whether it is GSTN, these are world's best example. And why is that? Why is that? The answer is because it is holistic, the impact is at a population scale, and there is no match globally, right? And that's how I'll put it, the
So I
digital
think
journey must be.
I finished this fireside chat by taking what you've said at last, that moving forward for digital transformation with having a holistic approach and thinking about the possible impact and then preempting that impact and coming up with solutions. Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you.
Simli.
Thank
Always
you,
pleasure
Savit.
interacting with you. That a huge round of applause for him, please. It was Golok Kumar Simli, Principal Advisor, Chief Technology Officer, Passport Seva Program, Minister of External Affairs, Government of India. I request Mr. Rajneesh Dey, Consulting Editor of APAC Newspaper, to come on stage and hand over a souvenir to Mr. Simli. I know I'm standing between us and lunch, but before that, it was a short presentation by Mr. Pankaj Bhutani, Joint Advisor, Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board, on regulating petroleum and natural gas PSU market with innovative policies to make them globally competitive. I request Mr. Bhutani to come on stage. A huge round of applause for him, please.
जल्दी कर देते हैं वैसे भी disconnected topic. I think this is no go to the first slide. This is the first slide. Yeah. So this is this move forward. Okay. Yeah, very good afternoon to all of you. I know the time which has been allotted to me is just before the lunch, and I'm coming in the way of you people and your lunch. So I'll be very quick. In fact, Shivani has also told me that she has reduced my time to just half, that is just 7 minutes. So I'll try to do justice with that. Though, I mean, it's a different platform I'm speaking at. But let me assure you that the takeaway from this would be something innovative, what we have done. And there is a huge lot of opportunities in oil and gas sector also, so far as technology is concerned. So with this, I'll start my presentation. So I come from a regulatory body in the oil and gas sector, which is Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board. So this was formed under the PNGRB Act 2006 and notified in 2006. So basically, our role is to regulate the oil and gas sector, especially on the infrastructure side. Infrastructure side means the pipelines, the petroleum product pipelines, the natural gas pipelines, and the city gas distribution networks across the country. So the next is the current focus of PNGRB is on the natural gas, which is aligned with the government vision. Government of India wants that the share of natural gas should go up to 15% by 2030. And that's why we are also aligned with the government vision to do so. And our current focus is increase the natural gas. As you all know that the country faces a lot of pollution problem, especially in the big cities like Delhi, Bombay, etc. So, and to develop the natural gas market or to increase its consumption,
there is a huge infrastructure requirement in the country. So that is where our major focus is. And once we do that, it is necessary that the market we develop, so it should be a transparent natural gas market in the country, both long-term as well as short-term gas markets. And while doing so, it is important that there is a balance, we strike out a balance between the producers, consumers, as well as the transporters who deal with the natural gas. So, I mean, if we look at the global averages in the energy consumption basket, it's around 24-25%, whereas India is just at 6 to 7%. So there is a huge potential. Having realized this huge potential and with the government vision to take it to 15% in the consumption basket, so in the 3 to 4 years from 2018 to 2021, we have covered almost 78% of the country's population as well as the area by authorizing 200 geographical areas. So prior to that, it was just 10% of the country areas and 20% catering to 20% of the population. So this is the CGD business I am talking about. So you can see the exponential growth from 2018 till 2021. So there are almost 300 geographical areas in the country. For example, Delhi is one geographical area. So like that, there are 300. So you can imagine, I mean, how much scope or opportunities, even from the technology side, even from the digital side, will be there in these kind of companies who are operating in these geographical areas. So, I mean, unlike oil, which can be transported in the tankers, pipelines, or through road tankers, natural gas is a distinct product which can, by and large, be transported through the transmission pipelines. So, transmission pipelines, as such, are the backbone of the country. So, a lot of reforms were required. I mean, if we have to increase the share of natural gas consumption in the country, both at the city levels or the geographical areas level, and to support that at the backbone level, which is the transmission pipelines. So today we have around 33,500 kilometers of pipeline network, which has been authorized by the PNGRB. Out of that 33,500, 22,500 kilometers are presently operational in the country across different parts. I mean, and even out of this 22,500, 90,500, which constitute around 93% of the total network, operational network, as integrated network, in the sense they are connected with each other. So this is not visible, some chair is coming. So if you look at this map, this talks about the entire gas infrastructure in the country. The black lines, you can see the lines, this connect the entire country from north to west, west to south, and south, and again from west to east. So as far as the pipelines is concerned, it is catering to the entire country. And the different colors, what you're seeing, this is nothing but the geographical areas for the city gas distributions, which have been awarded mainly particularly in the 3 years from 2018 till 2021. The green ones, which is a very minuscule part of the entire map, was geographical areas which came before 2018. And rest of the entire country has been covered in just 3 years. So with this, you can imagine, I mean, how much work it would have involved covering the entire country with a 1.4 billion population. So, I mean, when we move from a developing to developed market, it is necessary that there is a lot of liquidity in the market. The prices are discovered in a transparent manner, and there is a short-term market available to the players who can dispose of or who can buy from that market to meet their requirements. So basically, natural gas caters to mainly the fertilizer sector, followed by now city gas distribution, power, then industrial products, refineries, etc. So the next kind of growth that will be coming for the natural gas will be occupied by the CGD, I mean the city gas distribution. That is why our focus is mainly on that area. And then coming to the short-term markets, as I said, so PNGRB, knowing the fact that to develop that market, it is important that there should be regulations prevailing in the country to cater to these kind of requirements. So with this, for this, we came out with the regulations in September 2020, which are known as gas exchange regulations. And immediately after that, in just 2 months, the first gas exchange was authorized in the country in the name of IGX. And this gas exchange primarily deals with the physical delivery of natural gas for the short-term requirements. And in just 2 years, if you see, there has been a growth of around 319% in 2023 over the previous financial year. So massive response has been received for this gas exchange. Then, of course, today, since India is the largest and the fastest growing economy in the world, so we as regulators cannot afford to be just as regulators. We have to play a role of the facilitators. So not only in the CGD, but any sector, our job is now, how we can solve the problems, not only for those who are serving this sector, but for the customers who are using this sector. So as by and large, now we actively play as a role of facilitators. Those who are from oil and gas sector, maybe they can vouch for it, that what PNGRB as a regulator role is playing, whether should we call them as regulators or as facilitators. So I'll skip this slide, as I said, because my time is very short. Now, this is the major regulation where I wanted to spend some time. If you travel by road, you would be paying road tax in the form of tolls when you're traveling from one part of the country to another. So there'll be a lot of toll tax, and those get added up to your overall cost. So, once we have started developing and authorizing this CGD network, so it was important that the gas should reach to the far-flung areas in an affordable manner. So, and the gas can mainly be reached through the pipelines. So those, of course, near to the source or the lines which are older in nature, those customers will be paying a lower tariff today as compared to those in the far-flung areas. For example, those consumers who are in the northern region or in the northeast region or in the far east region. So it was important that natural gas should reach them in an affordable manner. Had it been additive tariffs, if there were around 20 pipelines in the country, if those were to pay additive tariff to make the gas reach in the northeast, so they had to travel using 4 or 5 pipelines. So that would have costed them $8 or $9 for the transportation cost. So PNGRB was thinking that why not to come out with some regulation wherein we can do and simplify and make it affordable for the customers in a way that, if there is one entity owning multiple pipelines, it should have one single tariff rather than multiple tariffs. And the second mantra was one nation, one tariff and one grid. So that was another mantra, but it was sort of non-starter, given that the complexities those were involved. For example, the contractual issues, tax issues, confidentiality issues, software issues. So there were a lot of complexities, confronting us. That is why we were not able to, implement this regulation. However, we took it as a challenge as to how we can go about it, because it was need of an hour. That we have already authorized so many geographical areas, even in the far east of the country or in the far northern areas of the country. So what will happen to those investments which we have already authorized? So basically, one idea, one innovation, I would say in your terminology, that helped us, that let us look at a regulation in the way that there are no interferences as far as contractual relations are concerned between the customers and different entities. There are no tax issues involved, and the entities which are entitled to their revenue, they should get the same. And at the same time, gas becomes affordable for those who are sitting in the far-flung areas, and at the same time, not impacting the customers who are sitting near to the source. So it's quite a challenging. I mean, though while talking, it looks very simple as far as implementation. So what we did is we simply took in simplistic terms, we took the volume flows of different entities, multiplied by their tariffs for which they are entitled, and based on that, we arrived at a weighted average tariff. But now the challenge was who will bill those customers. So only as per the regulation, I mean, initially it was thought that the entity which is sitting at the exit point, I mean, the point from where the consumer is taking the gas, whether he's having a multiple relationship with multiple entities, that entity will only bill that particular consumer. Means there will be interferences in the contracts. So this was the biggest challenge before us. Then what we saw that, I mean, it is only 25-30% of the volumes which are traveling across, the multiple pipelines, and 75% of the volumes was traveling within one entity's network. So we developed certain ratios in which the customers will be billed in a way that they will not be interfering in the contracts of the customers, and every entity will remain independent. And finally, the entities, they are entitled to their revenue, will get the same. At the same time, gas will become affordable as far as transportation cost is concerned. So this was implemented with this small innovation. I mean, we could implement this. The way today transportation sector works, natural gas pipeline transportation works, has entirely changed from 1st April 2023. And this was the biggest achievement, or the master stroke of PNGRB as a regulator. And country has been divided into 3 zones. I'll not get into nitty-gritties. I think I'll bore you with this. Already I've been warned for 1 minute. So none other than Prime Minister has tweeted on this regulation implementation, and it is already being followed in the country from 1st April 2023. So this, whenever I mean, look back this as a challenge, how challenging it was to implement this, it always reminds me an old ad: an idea can change your life, Sergi. So I can only say by towards the end that be innovative. A small change collectively can make a larger difference for the companies, your workspace, country at large, and of course, the mankind. Thank you very much. I hope I've completed within the given time. Thank you.
Thanks. And maybe that idea, though the company doesn't exist anymore, they might ask for a copyright. Okay, before we break for lunch, may I request Mr. Sanjay Das to come and hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. Bhutani? Can we have the...
Yeah, and let me say that there are huge opportunities as far as IT is concerned in this sector.
Thanks a lot. And with that, we break for lunch. And request, as we are running quite behind schedule, let's wrap up the lunch in 20 minutes and assemble at this hall sharp at 2:20. We will start with the panel discussions. Thank you. panelists for this session. May I request Mr. Sandeep Khanna, Director Information Security and CISO of UIDAI, the Aadhaar Implementation Agency. Can we have Mr. Sandeep Khanna? If you can please join us on stage. May I request Mr. B. Paparaju, Executive Director, CISO of ONGC. Sir, please join us on stage. Mr. Sushil Kumar, Chief General Manager, BIS and CISO of Gas Authority of India, GAIL. Sir, can we have you on stage? Mr. Shalin Khetarpal, Assistant Vice President and CISO of BSES Rajdhani Power. Can we have sir on stage? And Mr. Shomnath Kundu, DGM and alternate CISO of NTPC. Can we have you on stage, please? So, since this is the this session has a separate challenge, it's immediately the first session post lunch, and there is always a little bit inertia within the audience during that time. So let's have, and also there is paucity of time. So let's do it in a rapid fire format. And as you all are cybersecurity leaders, and especially handling some of the largest enterprises in the country, Navratnas, Mini Ratnas, and all. So primarily, we wanted to touch upon aspects like blockchain, then the access identity management, privileged access. But I would perhaps then start, maybe go to each panelist and ask each of you in a couple of minutes to just highlight the biggest cybersecurity challenge your current organization is facing at the moment. You can outline just the challenge now. We will look at the prescription in a subsequent round. So I'll start with you, Mr. Sandeep Khanna. From an Aadhaar perspective, I know huge amount of data and information, and there are privacy concerns. So what is the biggest security challenge you are facing currently?
So, good afternoon, everybody. When I talk of security challenges, let me talk about we all are aware that today's cyber is a threat. It is an imminent threat which is due to which we are all sitting here to discuss this issue. When I talk of the challenges within an organization is in terms of a security culture that has to build. Per se, what happens is that the understanding or the comprehension of security threats, per se, within an organization externally is not very much. To build that culture, especially in an enterprise grade, is a very important facet. And it takes some time because there is a lot of inertia, because we have a mix. When we talk of a PSU or talk of a government organization, there is a mixed component of having MSPs, having government officials. So that inertia has to be taken care of. One has to make the environment understand what exactly is security threats, what are the imminent, and how do you want to overcome them. What is the essential needs of having people, process, and technology in place? Why does it matter? Why should we ensure that these are in place? And it's not only for, now I'll go a little beyond in terms of saying only not me, say our organization. It's for in general that this is a very essential component that we take security seriously. And why so? Because today, when you talk of adversaries, this is one domain which they have actually tried to leverage. Nobody wants to go into for full-fledged conflicts. It is only looking at hitting your crown jewels by a cyber attack is something which any country or any adversary would look at.
Okay, thank you. So primarily, you are identifying the need for awareness culture within the organization. Yes, obviously a big concern. I'll next come to Mr. B. Paparaju. Again, the same question from an ONGC perspective, one of the largest oil and gas companies in the country. What is the biggest cybersecurity challenge you are facing today?
The biggest challenge is none of the software is perfect. So every software vendor, name it, they have patches being released. So everyone has the certification for the testing and all, but still a lot of weaknesses come in. That's what gives us sleepless nights for any CISO, I think. So the life is of patching. So when we patch, the problems will come with patching. So do you patch with N? Do you patch with N-1, N-2? How do you check the system stability? When we patch, that becomes a big challenge. Because nowadays, when we are going digital, we are becoming very application dependent intensively. So a small change in the application performance causes a lot of disruption in the business. So how do you ensure that the patching does happen without disruption? That's one thing. Another is the skilling. Because PSUs recruit basically on the broad engineering qualification. None of the recruits an ethical cybersecurity hacker. So if I don't have the knowledge of hacking, I can't be a good defender. That is the business perspective. And even if I outsource the skills,